admit that I bought these stickers just because they were looking fire. So now let's see the veto storm. Anubis and Mirage won't be played in this series.
Yeah, actually, the map pool situation is much better for 9, that's for sure. Imperial Valkyries actually picked Dust too. That's not too often that we actually see them play there. But what surprises me is that 9 didn't actually pick Train, which is one of their most picked maps. And that they chose to start Nuke. And Inferno as a decider.
As you've mentioned, they even banned Train
That's
in
insane.
their last decision. So maybe some preparation that was going on before this match. So we'll see how this one unfolds. Dust 2, Nuke and Inferno. Kind of maps which I don't see many times with each other, next to each other. Dust 2 as puck map, just plus W running every round on B or long, or maybe some surprise from it. And on the other hand, we have Nuke there, which is a highly skilled map for teams who practice it and so on. So I'm looking forward to this contrast of these two maps, which we will guaranteed to see.
Yeah, the win rate for 9 on Nuke is very high, actually, 68% out of 22 tries, so that's quite a lot. On the other hand, Imperial Valkyries, which is a bit skewed with the Impact tournament, of course, which is also on HLTV, is 50% out of 4 maps, so definitely even the second map for them playable. Dust 2 leaves a question mark in my mind from Imperial Valkyries. They barely play this map. They barely pick it. They don't really have any statistics on it at all. So for me, that's a huge, huge unknown. But what is not unknown are, of course, the Tipsport odds that you can see 1.01 for 9. Yeah, I think that actually states pretty well who's the clear favorite in this duel. And the bonus odd, you can actually see under 18.5 rounds in the first map. Well, given the fact that Valkyries didn't really have anything to stand on in the previous matches, and when you actually list all the tournaments with the ML competition, they barely get to double-digit numbers on pretty much any map, let alone Dust 2 or Nuke. So I think that might be, if you're 18 plus, of course, kind of a safe bet, but hopefully Valkyries will prove me wrong today.
Yeah, as you say, I'm looking through the veto, and for me it looks like Imperial Valkyries were more counter-picking than picking their own map, because from all the 6 maps that the 9 are playing, Dust 2 is their weakest one, with 35% win rate during 20 matches, so maybe that's something Valkyries sees pattern in, and they will try to abuse it a little. So hopefully they prepared well for this match. If we look at their record from Dust 2, they fought there against a team called Let Her Cook during ESL Impact League this March. Yeah, March of 13th. Was the date of the match against Let Her Cook, and Imperial Valkyries won there, 13-7. So hopefully they will keep going. They will try to repeat, of course, this result. And we will start, as mentioned, on Dust 2. Maybe their only chance to somehow get into Decider Storm.
Yeah, there's no easy way to say that, but yeah, that's true. Also, all of you that actually came maybe just now, you didn't hear the rest of the pre-show. These are the matches that will be elimination matches. So for the first time ever in Tipsport Conquest of Prague, we will actually get a team that will not play any more matches in this qualifier, and probably will be really sad that they cannot fight for more VRS points, and of course, you know, part of the pretty huge prize pool that we have in store.
Yeah, after today, first 2 eliminated teams will be announced. One of them is right now on our screen. So I'm not saying that it will be 9, but it can be, of course. The other 5-stack Imperial Valkyries in the talks as well. And yeah, we got some information that we will have a small delay due to some issues with webcam, so hopefully we will be in the match as soon as possible. To me, it looks like everything is well set up, so hopefully no more complication. Anna is missing, yeah, but the webcams looks good to me. So everything is, in theory, prepared to start this BO3 series and start today's streaming day.
Of course, you can see Kat there, which is a huge, I would say, have a huge following. Maybe not here, but on plays on CZ channel, because it's a Slovakian player, the best female Czechoslovakian player, and actually still content. So I think a lot of love will go towards her, and hopefully he'll show that her pretty good form and impact will be able to translate into this extremely important match. But when it came to webcam, I gotta say that yesterday we had a lot of webcam issues. It was Rush B that pretty much every third or fourth round had some problem with webcam. So hopefully today we will not follow suit, and it's gonna be much easier and much more fluid games today.
Many theoretical words were said about this BO3 series, but let's move on to facts, because we are heading into Dust 2, one of the most iconic map in Counter-Strike history, yeah. I think I can say. So Storm, what can we expect? In my honest opinion, I think taking long is the crucial thing here. Maybe we'll see as well some domination from op players, because they are usually going on top frag from this map.
Definitely. Those are the clutch spots and clutch positions even in the team. AVP are the crucial players for sure here. If you have a very well performing AVP, you have much easier time on Dust 2. And it applies to both sides. It's not only CT, it's T as well. So
that was great.
With over 1,000 payment methods, multi-currency business accounts, and payment cards for your customers, Unlimit's got you covered. Unlimit. Borderless payments for borderless opportunities.
Prepare-se para fazer a festa. Compre botijão de gás com desconto de R$ 8,00 utilizando o cupom Primeira Compra. E inscreva-se na promoção Aniversário Premiado Pedir Gás, para concorrer a R$ 150 mil. Peça pelo aplicativo Pedir Gás ou pelo WhatsApp da Supergasbras, 0800 591 2591.
The green colors of this match. Kraken, though, with USB, had a chance to fight one of the opponents, but it's Mantu and Kraken at the end of the day who will take the kills. Lots of bullets missed, and that means Zaz will have the chance in 1v2 against BobXD and Faven, and as you stated, no C4 planted on enemy bomb site as 9 takes their first round.
Yeah, that was a great retake from 9. I wouldn't even say retake, but we could probably put it that way, even though the C4 wasn't planted. But what a way to win the round. But I gotta give it to Valkyries. They fought till the end, and they were pretty close to actually winning this one. Kraken, yeah. What a play from him. 2 kills. There he actually was without rounds. He had to reload. But it was up to Bobek to hit the pixels. And he was right on target. So it's 1-0 for 9. Versus against Respawn. So 5v5. Enough quality weapons for 9 as a reward for the previous win. And when it comes to Imperial, yeah, pretty much bye to 0. Nothing left on their bank accounts. And they gotta pray that the better pistols will lead the way.
Yeah, during the last round we had a chance to see a very smart play from 9, who blocked the city smoke that cost Imperial Valkyries an ability to push towards A. And now here is BobXD, who will choke the B-bomb site as Kraken gives him a helping hand. And 9 will take second point, I guess clean and easy. Yeah, clean and easy round from them.
Definitely clean and easy. Nothing to clean anymore after the first few fights. And I think it went as expected. Those were pretty good positions for the better weapons, especially the AUG. And you can see 1-2 on the mid denies any possibility for a split. There was simply no smoke to be had on the double doors. That was because of the split that was intended there, but no chance for Valkyries. And I think we will follow suit here, because the third round, when it came to the buy itself, it's maybe even worse for Valkyries right now. Yeah, that's a cleanup job. Again, clean and easy. Round for 9. 3-0, ideal start, and they can rely on building a pretty strong economy in the first few rounds.
Polish organization looks sharp at the start of this BO3 series, but we'll move on to full buy from Imperial Valkyries, and now we expect them to start playing and coming with rounds and points as well. 23 throwing the usual mid-door smokes, but Mantu will try to block it. I'm not sure if the smoke will, though, block his vision. No, it will not, and that's why Anna falls on the ground as the first lady of this round. And once again, Mantu with the smoke block that costs Imperial Valkyries important situation.
That's actually insane. 2 times in 3, actually 4 rounds now. That's a very good metric to follow for this player. Now, much better smoke, but a precise Mantu with the wall bank, and Zas will not be able to help her teammates in this round anymore. 3v5, and that's a disaster for Valkyries, because this is a full buy. The first one for them, and Faven again up close. No chance for Thori, and the in-game leader of Valkyries falls down as well. 2v5, not a good odds. Not a good odds for this, Koti.
Last remaining Slovakian cut and Russian 23. Not a long time ago I saw a video with her when she was playing with Simple on this exact map. She was doing pretty good. Now she's standing only on 1 kill. She wants to add more in last 26 seconds of 4th round in this map, but Rals saw her, and he can proceed with information for his teammates. Cut is locked on short. She can't go in. She will be extremely open for Faven and his spray, as his AK ends this round in favor of 9 once again.
Yeah, there was too many opposing players for Valkyries to actually push through to the side itself. There was no smoke for short, and that was one of those issues. And it was maybe because they actually had to resmoke the mid, and Mantu. What a precision. What a game sense. Perfectly played out. So not only he actually blocked like 2 smokes that helped them win a round, but he's getting all those kills. 7-1, unpopular Brazil score. We can get an analogy from football. Mantu still hungry on the middle. He's not gonna see anything now. There's simply nothing to look at. Maybe he will just try it again into the smoke and through the doors. HE that falls down and reveals pretty much nothing. 5v5 still applies. Tori is behind the Xbox, and Imperial are seriously lacking in the nade department. But they still have some nades to throw, and I think that's gonna be a split B.
Yeah, that's a good choice, because only Kraken is here with AK. BobXD has to watch tunnels, because they are in question for next push. But even though Imperial Valkyries came with a nice idea, it will not be paid off. 9 has everything. Confidence is clearly on their side. They are proving why they were the favorite of this match. They use their guns really well. And on the other hand, Imperial Valkyries desperately need to end their opponent's streak. 5-0 for CDs. It doesn't look good for the women team, as they are reaching for a next full buy.
And honestly, trying for a win, apart from the first round, seems like a reach. They simply don't have any foothold whatsoever on the T side, and Nothing to surprise their opponent with, but we gotta be fair because this is I think this is the second full buy for them. There's a shadow. That's the CS2 for you. Of course, Anna was scoped right into that position, so the trade was possible. I think Favan was a bit too ambitious for his own good. Still 4v4. That should play out well for Imperial, actually. A bit more room to work with in the 6th round. But what matters the most is how are you gonna actually work with that room. And Cat is looking down into the lower catacombs, and maybe, just maybe, if the timing is well, but it's not. Again, almost got a free kill, but somehow she was able to evade the death. But that doesn't work out for 20.
Yeah, BobXD had enough time to reset his spray. Mantu here against Tori is successful. Now great pop flash, missing though his second attempt to kill player in short. And now we'll see how Cat will surprise. No, she will not. Anna left in 1v4. The best women players of many previous year is now against 9 players, but she will miss on the long, and Rouse will catch her off from ramp. 6-0 after defusing bomb. 9 are diabolical.
That's complete annihilation in the first half. Sadly, it follows suit when it comes to the previous games of Imperial Valkyries in this tournament. Again, we can watch Favan that actually used the shadow to his advantage. Bobag had, well, a lot of time to aim properly there. And sadly, Anna didn't have any space, didn't have anything to work off of. So, needless to say, she died pretty quickly. But still, the positive is the bomb plant. That pretty much guarantees sweet full buy without AVP, of course. Big Green will not come into play in the 7th round. And again, Mantu with a block. That's starting to be insane, to be honest.
Suddenly, Imperial Valkyries can't creep out towards short. They have to be patient. They need to wait for their opponents somehow to maybe do a misstep or some kind of mistake. Now a chance for Kraken, but Tori is quick enough to escape from his crosshair. Resmoke onto mid doors, and now please don't shoot through them, Zos. Last time that was the mistake that took your life away in fight against Mantu, who is still prepared on CT to either delay or completely destroy. Possible mid-split. But Tori, together with Anna, will try to surprise enemy from shore, but smoke is limiting their vision and their ability to push as well. 35 seconds on the clocks.
I'm not really sure what Valkyries are trying to do. I saw Caught that was trying to bait out Smokes and Molly. That was successful. Is this still gonna be a split B? Probably, yeah. Which might actually work out if they manage to kill Bobak, but he kills 3! No, 2 actually, that was Kraken. Doesn't matter though, because the result is the same. Each and every one of those Valkyries is currently dead in that round. And Anna, of course, not happy as well as Cat. Completely understandable. It's another round for their opponents, and 9 can be completely satisfied with what still is occurring on this map on the city side, without pretty much any hiccup on their side. Only like 2 bomb plants that they allowed their opposition. And God, it seems that we have a technical pause now.
Yeah, hopefully it won't last for a long time. Or maybe we can hope that it will, because this match evolves so quickly, Storm. Imperial Valkyries, although this is hers, or their map pick, it's not going very well for them. Every idea they have is quickly shut down by 9.
Yeah, I gotta say, they're completely outplayed. You can see right now important moments in the first half, and of course, notably, you're gonna probably see a lot of them from the point of view of 9. Makes perfect sense because it was them that actually won all of the rounds that we actually see before, and especially Mantu, extremely dangerous on the mid. Pretty much doesn't miss any shot with the big green, and yeah, what a performance from them. What do you want to do again this time?
Hard to say. Maybe something faster. Imperial Valkyries are playing pretty slow CS.
Yeah, pretty much every round, to be honest.
And every time they have mid control, that's good for them, of course. But when they decide to go for a B split, always 2 players are waiting there for them. And that's a huge problem. Kragan usually taking care of mid, and BobXD usually crushing players who goes out from tunnels. Well, strange by now in 8th round of this map for Imperial Valkyries, only Hero AK on 23. Tori still waiting for her first frag, and all 3 Kat, Zaz and Anna have only 3. Oh, and this flash. Easy job for BobXD.
Yeah, the B side hangs on tight. There's not enough room to penetrate those defenses, but to be honest, that applies to A as well. The only thing that falls down pretty much every round is the mid, but I think that's on purpose for 9. They don't really contest, and Faven actually goes for Tori here. It's 5v3, and the strange buy probably won't yield another result, apart from the rounds before. At least it doesn't seem likely now, because 5v3, it's extremely hard. Okay, there's a smoke on short. That's an improvement, but they don't have any flashes now. And there's Mantu on ramp. And there's Rolls on CT, and this is a force to be reckoned with. But it's Faven, actually, who kills 2 more. Cat all alone. Slovakian player is the last one to die. 8-0 so far, and this, yeah, sadly I have to say it, this feels like all the previous games for Valkyries in this tournament.
Yeah, unluckily, but what can I say? 9 are dominant in this matchup. The only flash Zaz had left on her belt wasn't enough to surprise prepared defense on A side. And once again, Imperial Valkyries and dare try to take mid. I don't know if they don't have spawns for long or what's wrong, but they took long only during pistols.
Yeah, and in each other round that we have seen, they were overwhelmed there by only 1 player.
Risky play by Cat. So risky, yeah. This could be an open for Kragan. On the other hand, Cass is ready to look behind her. BobXD, however, is ready for refrag. 18 HP. His life is hanging on here, but Faven here on long will strike, as well as Mantu from mid. And Zaz and Anna are fighting once again 2v3 clutch situation.
That's not gonna be easy. Again, smoke on the mid, and Anna is gonna de-scope here. Of course, we're all still waiting for the right opportunity to maybe play on a smoke bandit. We're gonna see if he's gonna relive the best 2v2k moments.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if he souls us.
Even if he didn't, this is an easy kill. And look at it, he was first scouting if there's the other player as well before he took his shot. He definitely didn't take his eyes off the prize though. 1v3 and Zaz all alone with 18 seconds to spare. That's not a lot, and she knows it very well. That's why she's trying to use the utility to get to the A side. But there's too many players. There's not enough time. I'm not seeing this well. Perfect molly there. Zaz is gonna die. I don't think it was half the time though, so that's the only positive there. But the goose position once again saw some blood from the Valkyries.
What a paradox. Her Molotov blocked her chances to plant the bomb. And of course the second one that flew there from short. Here we can see Rol's kill for a back, and Faven ending this round up to take the 9th point. And 9 are ready to sum it up with their 10th. And now finally some attempt to take long. Faven and Rolls are against that.
Yeah, there's simply no chance for them to actually get into the long. 9 are too strong in those positions, no matter how many flashes you threw. And as you can see, those flashes actually fell on the right side, because both of those players, I think, were actually blinded for like 1 or 2 seconds. But still, no kills, still a lineup. And again, deficit when it came to the player lives for Imperial Valkyries, even in round 10, 5v3, and I'm worried here, Cody, because this looks like a 10th round for 9.
Yeah, whatever Imperial Valkyries try, everything falls apart. And currently, 3v5 situation, map is wide open for CT to take the default spot and just wait for their opponents as they try to pop up short. 2 players are out, only 2 left though, because Tori falls down behind Gandalf. Mantu is surprised by NS Peak. Still a 2v4 though. Faven won't be expected from short by Cat, and he will complete his another beauty with this frag on Anna towards default. And that means 9 are currently sitting on 10-0 lead.
When you say it out loud, it sounds even worse than the actual reality is, because for Valkyries, simply nothing to stand on. I'm not sure even if you change sides, if you interchange it between those 2 teams, if anything is gonna change. We have seen pretty much the same story in the matchup against Dynamo Eklot, who actually won 12-0 on Ancient a few days back against this team. After that, Imperial Valkyries were able to actually win the pistol round and string together 2 more rounds, but that was it. Of course, this kind of round difference is hard for pretty much any team on the planet. And 9 are feeling confident. You can see it with each and every duel they take. And this confidence is gonna be hard to break. Ralst is showing it firsthand again, and that's a spray down with Faven. 2 kills on the plate for the boys of 9, and only 1 answer from Zas.
Only 11 kills from Imperial Valkyries in this half. And Kat, together with Zas, will try to improve this statistic. It will be so hard for them though. Yeah, maybe a few kills are possible. But winning of this round, I don't think so. Kat losing her duel against Bob XD in B Catacombs, as Faven is celebrating his 15th kill during this match. 11-0. What a smash.
Nice to put. I gotta concur with your statement though. It's simply, no matter how we sugarcoat it, I think you can all see what's happening right here. Sadly, I still hope that the second half has some hope left for Imperial Valkyries, especially on their own map pick. And we were wondering in the pre-show that they don't really play this map at all when it comes to at least HLT.
Finally!
Oh, change of pace! I'm not sure if it's gonna change the result though. No! This is a complete annihilation of the execute on bomb side. And yeah, that was a nice rhythm. That was a nice change of pace. But it fell flat. Only Anna left, and now it's 12-0. First half is behind us. Hope the second half looks a bit better.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
I want to be political, but the first half was disaster for Imperial Valkyries. 0-12 as we move on to second half of the first match of today's first BO3 series against 9, where the situation is looking scary, Storm.
It's dim. It's definitely looking dim. As if you went to the Sun and told him, please don't work for at least one day. There's simply no light left if they don't win this particular round. Of course, from this, they can probably bounce off. They managed to win this one. 22 players on short. Actually, it's us as well. USBs on this range should probably, theoretically, dominate. That doesn't happen. 20 on 9 HP, and there's Anna. This might work out. Dualies in the lower catacombs. They actually do work, and it seems that Imperial Valkyries might be able to pull this one off.
Yeah, hopefully they will focus for this round to end this into their favor. Kat trying to catch someone off guard on mid, but Rouse though will come towards short and will be ready for this possibility. Let's see what now. Another possible kill on mid. Kraken on 15 HP only. This could be an issue though. Rals is the man who opens a bomb site for party. Wow. Kraken catches Tori off guard, but he won't expect Anna. Dualies though, they can be really bad weapons for this length, for this range. Although kills come though.
Oh my god, this is not gonna bode well for Kraken. Oh yeah, this is the first round for Imperial Valkyries, sorry for my pronunciation there. Of course, this is following the pattern from the match against Dynamo Eklots. They managed to win the pistol. It's not gonna be a 13-0. And very well played by Anna, even though she missed one of those shots she took to the lower catacombs. She managed to pull through with this kill. And even thanks to her, it's 112. Still a lot of work to do, and we are being optimistic. And hopefully we will be optimistic enough to actually get it to somewhat of a dramatic result. But let's see, it's up to the players.
I was scared for Imperial Valkyries before the pistol round, because they already got 0-13th already 2 times this month. And the shitstorm on socials would be huge if they lost once again without having at least 1 round. Now, possible 2. Hanging in the air as Kat is trying to spray on long 23 though with her machine. MP9 having 3 kills. Anna currently fighting against Montu. Will be successful. Rals is ready though with a refrag and currently 1v2 situation. But he won't stand a chance against Tori.
Yeah, but still a lot of damage that 9 imposed upon their enemies in this one. And even when we factor in that that was an actually really nice setup from Imperial Valkyries on long. One player was baiting with M4 from long range and then with SMG. It was 20. That's a lot of money in the bank too as well. 1800 to be specific for this player. And on CD side, of course, that matters the most. With not exactly ideal economic situation usually for CDs in most of the games. But I'm not sure if this is gonna be a factor in this one because Imperial Valkyries simply don't have the luxury of making mistakes anymore. So the economy probably is not gonna matter.
Same strategy as we saw in the first half. Two players on B-bomb side from the CT side as terrorists took control of mid. But completely different approach from 9. They won't try mid to B split, they will try to do some presence on short. And only VobXD will try to fake it on B-bomb side. He loses though his fight against Cat, and now she has all the information in the world she needs. Although the strategy has changed, and currently she's the only one defending against the mid push from 9. Kraken will take her life out of her hands, and Mantu now watching the crucial line. He will lose though this fight. 23 left on the 9 HP as 3v3 situation unfolds.
Yeah, but it's B side. That's one of the hardest retakes ever that the Imperial Valkyries are gonna have to perform here. Faven, ideal off angle. He's gonna be flashed out though. I'm not sure if that was the right timing. Okay, 2 kills from 9 and only 1 remaining, and that was 20 with the lowest HP. They were close to making it out of this round, but I think their shield was fated. It was fated, and you can see the winning team 9, Mansu, Bobek, Rolls, Kraken, and Faven in a nice set of armors that actually won the first map out of this best of 3 series. And of course, the most important highlights from the last round. What a way to win. Sadly for Imperial Valkyries, again, it's 13-2, and that's a disastrous result for them, especially on their own map pick.
Yeah, as mentioned, an absolute stomp from 9. They show dominance all map long, and okay, they lost 2 rounds, but we often call the pistol rounds coin flip, so that can happen. Really sad showing from Imperial Valkyries. They never really found their pathing on this map, and hopefully it will be better on a Nuke. That's the second map of this BO3 series, but on the other hand, it's map picked by 9, and I'm worried that this BO3 will end soon.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. You could actually see it in graphic, what Kote was just talking about. I'm not really...
A EZTEC, a incorporadora mais sólida do mercado, apresenta rentabilidade junto ao eixo Berrini-Shukri-Zaidan. O acesso ao mundo dos negócios e a toda a cidade no endereço que está em alta. O design inteligente e funcional com decoração triptych que maximiza cada metro quadrado, o dia a dia e o seu investimento. Alt by EZTEC, a alternativa certa para morar ou rentabilizar.
Vacinas, exames, testes rápidos e mais. Conheça nossos serviços. O lugar certo para cuidar de você. Espaço Mais Saúde da Raia.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
And yet we are back with another map between Imperial Valkyries and 9, and hopefully the women's side had enough time to do some mental reset, and they will find the right answer on their enemy's map pick. Nuke is in front of us, just waiting to be picked up.
Again, what a sniper's map, but hopefully we'll see more of a damage output from Ana this time around. Of course, it was impacted by their inability to win rounds, and when you don't really have enough finances to go around, you simply cannot buy an AWP. So Ana was in disadvantage from the beginning, but that was a team effort. Anyways, it's a nuke, it's a map pick by 9. The gentleman on the right and his team, and of course after winning 13-2 on the first one, the map pick of Valkyries, they're of course going to be huge favorites even on the second one. Decider Inferno, not really sure if we're going to buy tickets to fly to Italy for this one, but hopefully Valkyries will prove us wrong.
Statistic-wise, 9 have played this map for 22 times during last 3 months. They have a percentage win rate 68%, and Valkyries, we saw their nuke only 4 times, and 2 of them were wins, 2 of them were lose. So 50-50 on the Imperial Valkyrie side. 9 favorite once again.
Oh, definitely. There's nothing that Valkyries can do to actually change this narration, but hopefully they can change the script. Kat's preparing her own way. As we can see, she hydrates well as Ana. And you should as well, guys. If you're playing for a prolonged amount of time, you definitely should hydrate well. 20, a lot of smiles. And gotta say that even from the KD and Impact, she definitely was the best player from Imperial Valkyries in the first map, and of course that's not enough to win rounds for them, but still she showed some promise, and that's important to transfer to the second map. That's still in question. It's probably gonna probably start very soon. We're gonna comment on Cheddar Creek, and I presume that Valkyries will actually start on CT because it's not their pick.
Yeah, City side is here traditionally favored a nuke. On the other hand, when you start on T side, you can very much set the pace of the match, and from there you can make some upsets. Well, before at the start of this BO3, I thought that before nuke I will speak about the differences between the maps, that the pace will shift, that teams now will play much slower than on Dust 2. But actually, Dust 2 was by itself really slowly played by both teams on T side. So the question is there anything what will change except the map?
Yeah, the pace should change. Of course, it's a different map. It's a different feeling for the all players, I think, especially going through N to B or just going for a quick ramp execute to B, maybe split with the vent, doesn't matter.
Yeah, but believe you in that, do you trust the players that when they go slow on Dust 2, they will go fast on you?
No. I'm just saying it would be best, especially for Valkyries, because each and every round from them was especially slow. I was actually reminded of Natus Vincere in the best years of their fame, like 10 years ago, apart from, of course, winning the major in 2021 with Guardian still in the roster. But needless to say, they were actually really successful with that style of gameplay. Maybe Virtus Pro, more recent one, as you said, between the maps when we talked. But still, it's usually not successful. I don't think it fits for CS2 gameplay to play this slow. You actually have to have extremely good aimers and hope for the best in the duels in the late round, because you cannot make mistakes there. You don't have the time.
This map was played as decider in IEM Melbourne finals between Falcons and Vitality, and that match shown how important communication and information is on this map. Every single one of the 10 player has to pay attention to every single little sound, and this will mark the proficiency and efficiency of the teams in Cheddar Creek. Pistols are here, however the break wasn't really short. At least now we are ready.
Let's get into it, guys. Let us know in the chat who you are actually cheering for, who your heart belongs to. We're gonna see if there's more fans of Imperial Valkyries or 9, but right now we're gonna see if Dragon is actually successful in this duel. And that was a nice bait from Anna and the company that yields the first kill. Bobek is on the heaven. That's probably gonna be 2. Yeah, looks like it. And 9 has freeway to A side if Bobek
Oh no.
Oh no. That should have been a kill. That's probably gonna be a knife, and it ends in a knife kill. Favan is successful. Zaz, of course, was switching to knife herself, but there was not enough time to actually do it. And yeah, another pistol round goes in favor of 9. 2-1 in this regard.
It looked like Zaz's USP will be deadly weapon under heaven, but everything was different at the end of the day, at the end of the round.
But this, so much time.
When BobXD was fighting 20 into main, I thought Zaz will kill him definitely, and
like 5 seconds,
at least
maybe.
make this situation somehow more relevant and closer. But that didn't happen, and BobXD finds yet another open.
Doesn't bode well for the defensive side, of course, but this time around they don't really have anything to work with. When it comes to the guns, when it comes to the arsenal, not enough money went into it, and of course there was not enough money to work with at the beginning of the round. That's the result of losing the pistol. So right now they're gonna struggle, both financially and when it comes to the actual duels. Bobek has a nice spot to maybe try and kill someone rotating to B through the vents. Imperial don't really have anything to lose. They might go for the exit frags. At least that's what I presume they will be able to do. Zaz on the ramp will have the first duel in her hands, as it seems that they're also scouting the ramp position. But no, I don't think so. This is an SMG against USB, but still Zaz is together with Anna able to kill that one and get an SMG. At least something out of this round.
Well, second round for 9 is here though. I have to say that it was really smart use of utility on outside. 9 knew they have this advantage against their opponents who didn't have enough utils to break the smoke or make some impact. And the smoke wall forced Imperial female to struggle against the outside play by their opponent. And yeah, some exit frags came, but nothing changed about the score in favor of Imperial Valkyries. This might change soon though, because here comes the first full buy for CDs.
Here comes Anna with an AVP. We were saying how big green on this map, as well as Dust too, might come in handy, and she's gonna prove it, hopefully, in this round. Tori on the stairs, still playing peekaboo, and she gets one. That's not enough. 4v4, and it's all up to the Slovakian player Cat to actually make a difference. If 9 follow through.
Oh no, leather issue!
Oh my god.
What are they doing?
What just happened there?
Cheeky smile from Craig, and he knew his death was inevitable, but he somehow skated out of that, and now comes Faven with double kill on A-bomb side. In the first play, textbook-like take of the space around the lower side, and now rotation towards A. Planted bomb and no chance for a cut and Anna to do anything with that.
There's a chance to save, that's for sure though. So that would make a difference with the buy next round. Of course, there's not a lot of money. Even with the lost bonus, it's simply not gonna be enough. This was their chance to make the make a difference, to actually get the first round, but the full buy went wrong. Not without kills, of course, but they were enough. 3-0 for 9, that's the results. Again, side was taken, they were successful, but this one, that was extremely uncomfortable to watch from both sides, I would say. And I can't believe that Kraken was able to save his life there. Yeah, I just cannot fathom that would happen to me if I was in his position, that's for sure.
What a nightmare for Imperial Valkyries. If they got this kill, everything could be different. Well, 9 are looking razor sharp. 3-0 once again. And strong start as well, as we saw on Dust 2. But now it's Zaz who will take the first fight, who will take the first kill. 23, here comes another against Kraken. Zaz will continue on BAP XT. And currently Rawls and Mantu in 2v5. What a fast round from Imperial Valkyries and denial of a 9's push. Zaz sitting on a USP. What a trouble for her. Mantu, although he killed her, fastly died as well. And Rawls with 19 HP in 1v3 clutch.
And of course, Rawls on the contact, on to find the kill. He has no other way but to go slowly. Try not to make a sound, to not give off the sound cue. That would mean his end. And at least try to split to 1v1s. Of course, Imperial are not in any hurry whatsoever to go for the kill, to go for the hunt, because they themselves don't really have a lot of money in the bank. Lying around, invested. And Raz goes to heaven. I actually think that might work out for at least one kill.
20 seconds.
Not enough time. Raz tries to find someone. Of course, he might be able to go into contact with one of those. Glory falls down, but 20 doesn't. Near the vents, she kills the guy on the heaven. And that's it for Imperial Valkyries. Oh, yeah. Okay. They clinched the win. It's 1-3. What a round for them.
They played it smart. They knew they have bomb under control. And they stacked A side, stayed together, didn't really randomly push, and in theory gave Rawls 1v1 duels. Okay, yeah, he took down Tori, but he wasn't ready for the refrag coming from 23. And now himself, he has to take only Mach 10. Rest of 9 will play with AK-47s. Nice attempt on outside from Imperial Valkyries to find timing on crossing players. Unsuccessful though. And now Zaz and her definition of peekaboo, role-playing Tori from one of the previous rounds. Now she'll try to surprise from side. She will be successful against Rawls. Bob XD ready here with refrag and cut. Has to step in. That's a good opportunity to find this kill against Kraken. And Anna with follow-up on Mantu.
Yeah, but that's the change of pace that we were actually talking about. And it's on CT's side for the Valkyries, and good for them. Because 9 don't really have anything solid as an argument to win this round. And the previous one also. Pavan alone. This kill, nope, not even one. So with the loss of only one player in their midst, the Valkyries take the round, and it's 2-3. What a start. I actually really love this.
Me too, finally something closer than a previous map. And I'm happily surprised that Imperial Valkyries didn't let their brains to impact the first half of this map, and hopefully will not even impact the second. And now open from Bob XD. Nice 1D. Or at least attempt for it. From Swedish player. And now attempt to boost on the red room. Anubis and Bob XD.
This is crumbling.
Another headshot from him.
Kote for Imperial in this round. The Deagles are making a lot of damage. It costed 2 players on the Valkyrie side. And Bobek actually jumps up on top of the heaven. And 20 might be in trouble. I'm not really sure how it's played out on A side. But,
Em meio ao trabalho e ao estudo, o Lucas arruma tempo para manter hábitos saudáveis. E quem ajuda ele nessa missão é a Drogazil Manipulação. Com a receita em mãos, ele pode manipular suas vitaminas e suplementos pelo app e receber em casa com toda a qualidade e praticidade dos nossos serviços. Faça como o Lucas e facilite seus cuidados com a saúde. Drogazil Manipulação. Seguro como você precisa, mais prático do que você imagina.
O Latam Pass está de cara nova. Agora você tem o poder de escolher. Descubra mais opções para acumular milhas. E aproveite o poder de escolher seus benefícios adicionais com o bônus Latam Pass.
He dominated the yard and then outsmarted Anna here with this play under heaven. And cities need to be more careful. They can't give so much space for their enemies. Now comes aggression. Good answer to this possibility. Without frags, still the Imperial Valkyries are trying to hold on this position. And now Anna successful against Kraken. This will be missed though. Tori has to step in. And she will be successful and fast 5v3 for Imperial Valkyries.
Fragger 2, that's still not enough if Anna falls down, and with her, some of the defending players. 9 knows that 3v5, I think they have a smoke wall on the outside given the radar. But they still have to find an opponent, find some mark, find the right target, to make space, be able to actually go into some of those sites and take it. Anna misses, still 1 HP, but still alive. That's the most important thing, she misses this one. But truth to be told, that wasn't an easy shot to be sure. 5v3 still, but sorry, in the secret no more. She falls down. And it looks like 9 are gonna go for the B side. And look at the position of Aven. The German player just goes through the ranks of the defending players. And right now it's 3v2. The round took a completely different turn.
Imperial got out-rotated and outplayed once again. I don't know how did Faven expect this play by Imperial Valkyries, but he was successful. He came on this round with 3 kills. He added 2 more. Currently he has 5. Successfully killed opponents. Will he add the 6th and the 2nd though? That's the question of the remaining seconds. Kat will try to defuse the bomb. She doesn't have smoke, she doesn't have defuse kit. 1 kill is not enough. The time is too low for them. And that's how 9 will take 5th point.
Wow, what a round again. Imperial, it was 5v3, and as I sadly for Imperial Valkyries predicted, that might not have been enough. But again, I have to say I'm impressed with their aggression that actually yielded results, positive results. We can speak in the positive notation in this regard. But Faven, I think, was the difference maker there. 2 kills in the squeaky. Clearing up the space, clearing up the site for the bomb plant. And the follow-up win in the round. It's 5-2, and Imperial Valkyries only have the AVP. Not anything else.
AVP and AK, I'm not sure if these guns will be the difference makers of this round. And I'm trying for some surprising play in hot, but won't stand a chance against Montu in their quote-unquote race for open kill. 23, however, finds headshot on Faven. Kraken is ready to make it against Zaz, but Kat will surprise PopXD on lower side of this map, at least something from Imperial Valkyries, because Montu finds 23 and now Anna has to clutch the situation to round A. One kill is not enough. Kat comes out of the vent, but Montu is ready for this as well. 4 kills for him in this round as 9 is slowly building up the path again towards the winning of this half.
And building up their bank, of course, on T side, it's not maybe as important on the CD because the equipment is definitely lower priced. And of course, you can plant the bomb. There's a lot of benefits to the economy. Hopefully not in the real world, but definitely on CS. But still, 9 actually, those 2 rounds were able to scrape off 4 more, and they look as strong as ever. But Valkyries still have something to say in this matchup, and 20 is gonna prove me hopefully right. No! Bobek 2 kills, this double leads to the opening of the sights, and tries to mitigate some of those damage.
Ooh.
Done, but this HE perfectly placed, and Tori, well, 404 not found on the server thanks to it. Anna still lives, as well as Scat, but what do you want to do in this situation? The bomb has already been planted, and Mantu finds Anna. What a nice angle. The AVP will not be saved. And Anna, actually, Cat might have something in store for us in the next few seconds. Maybe she's just waiting. She doesn't have a kit, so she's just trying to survive.
Yeah, unlucky. That could be potential ninja defuse from her. But she doesn't stand a chance. She will be zoomed in Mantu's scope as he completes a path to 8 kills during these rounds. Imperial Valkyries still have only 2 win rounds. And BobXD, his open frags are lethal, just like this HE that flown into main. And Mantu, who completed this round. Imperial have some thinking to do. They need to take at least some maybe tactical timeout or something to change the pace of this match, to do some crumbling in their own favor. And just to throw their opponent off. This is round by round for 9. While Imperial Valkyries, yeah, they shown nice attempts to make this score more close.
And especially the aggression, Kote. But still, impressive showing, I would not say, but definitely a much better map from Imperial Valkyries. In this regard, that's for sure, even when you look at the basic statistics as KD or impact. But Faven is probably gonna shut down this attempt. No. Only
Here
now he gets 2 kills. So it was delayed a bit. Zaz still on 5-7, but Anna dies. Kat and Zaz, last 2 remaining players. On the B side as well, but Kat falls down. Oh, that was a nice shot. Of course, there was not a lot of HP on the health bar for Bobek, but that doesn't make a difference. Still, Zaz got the kill. Bomb has been planted, though. This is gonna be unfortunate. Mantu, that's the worst possible scenario for Zaz. They actually go into the crosshair of the AVP player there. Yep, 8-2. Mantu doesn't slow down, as well as Bobek. As we can remind you guys here in the chat, he was definitely the difference maker, the hot player. Oh, barely missed.
He's expecting almost everything. Almost every situation there's possible. And thanks to him and also BobXD, 9 are currently in a 6-round lead. And now what a try. I'm not sure what that was, but she tried to change pace, she tried to make some difference, but wasn't successful, just like her teammates Tori and 20. At least Tori took down 1 player with her on path to Graveyard, but Kragan is here ready for Zaz and cut under heaven. Once again expected by Mantu. He and his AWP are ready for finding the last kill of this round. Double once again, and 9-2 current result as we move on to the last round of the first half.
Oof. Well, hard to say if Valkyries actually could have gotten a worse, worse in a way of a better opponent in the 0-2 bracket. Unfortunate for them as well. Because 9, as we have said in the pre-show before the match actually started, 9 were the favorites to maybe go for even, I don't know, 3-0, maybe not 3-1, that's for sure. That's not gonna happen. But still, really quality opponents. 55. The ladder on HLTV. Mount goes in for the trade. And the German player actually gets another one. B-side, pretty much open for taking. Oven takes care of it. And the Valkyries are in for a really hard time in the last round of the first half. 3v4 situation with the guns that are not really competitive. Of course, in close, tight angle situations, maybe 2 MP9s, but still. There's Mantu hungry for more, and he gets one. Might get another one. That would be a triple kill from him in the 12th round. Still has to get it, though. And Anna and 20 have to do something. That's something.
Yeah, at least a possibility for Imperial Valkyries out of this. MP9 and AWP on retake. They have to go for it. But nice post-plant position from 9. It looks like hearts are pumping ice into their veins. Completely calm post-plant situation from 9. As here comes the 2 kills from Faven and 10-2. First half result and demolition once again by 9.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
10-2, the result after the first half. 9 again in the forefront of every highlight possible, pretty much on this map. But one change is that Imperial Valkyries were actually able to pull through with 2 rounds. That might be a promise for the second half. Let's see if it's gonna be kept or not on their side. But the pistol round, something they can excel in actually. We have seen in this tournament. Mantu on the silos, just with 1 trade. But no, Mantu actually hits the deck. And it's 3v4 situation, 20. And I presume that the remainder players of 9 are gonna actually tuck the tail and run off, because this is a very hard situation to retake off.
Oh no,
that was a nice flash into the side. Pavan still lives. But no, this is the end. And this is the 3rd round for Imperial Valkyries. And definitely deserved one.
Nice shift of the baits. Imperial Valkyries surprised their enemies with hot and squeaky split into A-bomb side. Let's say a typical face-it strat that you can see on level 10 face-its almost every single nuke. It's either ramp or this exact push, and it worked out perfectly for Imperial Valkyries here. The buy is not great though. Only 3 mech 10s, Anna is saving some money for a possible AWP with Dualis. And Zaz with Galil, but Faven and Kraken, they destroy the attack towards B-bomb side.
Complete annihilation
This
going.
is like Wall was standing there, just rejecting. Coming players of Imperial Valkyries, now 20 is known on A-bomb side, and 14 HP I don't think will be enough for her to stay alive much longer. She is able to dink Rals though, but that's not enough for Imperial Valkyries to secure their 4th. And 9 comes with 11th point. 2 rounds left for them to win this BO3 series on their own map pick.
Honestly, this is enough of a round difference to hammer this one home, especially on your own map pick, on the CT side, the preferable side on Cheddar Creek. And yeah, this nuclear plant is definitely gonna have to live through some bomb attacks. Still, fuel to run out of for the Imperial Valkyries, but let's see for how long. There's 2 AKs. Okay, that's definitely something in favor on the tourist side, but they're gonna have to actually get some kills with those. And Anna sounds, it sounds like she actually listened to what I just said. Gets the first kill, plenty more to get.
Yeah, the intention changed from the previous round where she was saving those money for op. Suddenly she has to pick up AK to save Imperial Valkyries, and it's working out perfectly, just like this lurk. 23, maybe nice. She will come for the knife, at least something good is showing from her, as Bob XD is here with a double lurk. 2 kills from behind during this round. 23 leaves alone from Imperial Valkyries. She's trying to find Bob XD, but she's too slow for that. Faven had enough time, enough space to rotate in her back. And here comes the magical sound of match points for 9. There will be 9 of them.
Yeah, and you can see it even on their faces. The wide smiles, the, you know, the body language pretty much shows how confident they are. They're gonna actually be able to hammer this one home pretty fast. 12-3, and Imperial Valkyries near death when it comes to performances in this tournament, and with an not really adequate buy to try to mitigate this round difference. Of course, Deagle might still stink quite a bit. You've seen that from 9 today. Numerous occasions. Kraken here up close with an SMG. Of course, he's successful in this duel. 5 falls down though. So that's 1 mark on the ramp, but Mantu is still kicking. Still with the AWP, hungry for more kills. There's not a molly to get him off this position. Look at the position of Kraken. Going in to the back of his position, and it's probably gonna be a free kill. Not really a free one, because Story was expecting him, but still manages to pull through.
Oh no.
Oh no. And look at those HPs on Anna. Kat actually, she gets Mantu. 2v2 situation, but those HPs, man, that's not a lot of HPs on the health bar of Anna. Galil in hand. This is gonna be about timing. This is gonna be about game sense.
Kat was expecting Kraken on top of the lobby, but I don't think this will be enough. Anna with 17 HP can't be the difference maker in this match. In this exact round, she will fall down from Kraken's MP9, and here it's only Kat staying alive, not for a long time. This is demolition, match is over. After result 13-2 on Dust and 13-3 on Nuke, 9 are eliminating Imperial Valkyries from this tournament.
And it looked so optimistic in the beginning when Valkyries managed to get those 2 rounds in a row. It was 2-3, and I could see a notable improvement on their side when it came to fragging capacity, when it came to decision making, and of course the aggression that led to those 2 rounds. But after that, fast forward a few rounds, there was nothing left of this aggression. There was nothing left of that success, and of course they fell flat. in the next rounds, and that's sad because this was their last chance to pull through in this tournament to actually clinch a win and still be alive for, I don't know, tomorrow's battle, let's say. But it didn't happen, and honestly, from what I've seen, it couldn't happen. When it came to gameplay, there was nothing to stand on, and we were repeating this quite often, but it's a hard fact that we simply cannot go around.
Yeah, and I know we're ahead not only one, but maybe two steps the entire time. They played calmly on Dust, and they just renewed this play style on Nuke after the first successful rounds. Well, Imperial Valkyries had no answers today. Both maps were one-sided for their opponents,
Completely.
but at least they had chance to prove themselves. At least they had a chance to show us their CS on Tipsport Conquest of Prague, and hopefully they will get better with time against these male teams, because I will be, well, maybe expecting them on another T2 tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. I think they actually have the right backing from the organization. They are the best female team by far, I would say. And this could result in an improvement. They just need a lot more practice against the male position. And hopefully it will come through. Your wish, I hope so as well. I'm still being a bit optimistic there. But when it comes to 9, there's definitely a lot to be optimistic about. As I said, this win clinches them another chance to fight, to actually pull through through the qualification. Sorry for the pronunciation again. But yeah, I think they're actually favorites to get it. Their gameplay is solid. They don't really have a lot of wide open, I would say, in defenses. They're not wide open. They have good tactics, good players on an individual level. And I think we will see a lot more of them in the coming matches, Kati.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see 9 play more in this tournament. Maybe we can have a short discussion about the MVP of this match. For me personally, it will be between 3 of their players, Mantu, Faven and BobXD. They were the most visible players from 9 during both maps. Mantu showing great open kills and nice flicks from his AWP. On the other hand, from BobXD, we saw just a brute force. And Faven, he was, let's say, kind of lurking position. And he was successful, though, with many kills as well.
I would say it's a hard choice, to be honest, but I would say Mantu because a nice information gathering, barely missed a shot with the AVP on 2 maps that actually are heavily reliant on a guy with a big green. And as well, he was able to manage to block some of those smokes, played really smart. And I think that he was really instrumental in making it seem as easy as he did. So for me, it's Mantu. Not sure about you guys in the chat. You might actually cast a vote too, if you feel so. But yeah, for me, it's fun. For me, it's Mantu.
Okay, I will go maybe with BobXD. I'm a fan of fast CS, and I can't copy your answer, so at least something original from me. Well, guys, I guess that's it from our after match, little bit quote-unquote studio. And coming up next is a match between Nexus and CYBERSHOKE, but because this match ended so fast, we will have a slightly longer break. The next match is scheduled for 19:10.
Yeah, it's still gonna start a bit sooner than was scheduled, but of course you can expect teams to just go play in an unexpected schedule. So 19:10, we're gonna be here, of course, a bit sooner. You can already anticipate another great reviews with each representative from both teams. And yeah, that's about it from us with this post-match analysis and talk. And let's look forward to another match that's still in store for us today.
Wix, uma plataforma, todos os tipos de site. Criatividade ilimitada. Descreva suas necessidades e objetivos e a IA transformará seu briefing personalizado em um site exclusivo, pronto para ser publicado em minutos. Personalize, molde a experiência do seu visitante até os mínimos detalhes. Monitore, meça e gerencie todas as atividades do seu site em um só lugar, personalizado, do seu jeito. Wix. Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Hello Sound, thank you so much for coming through the interview. Great showing and great comeback against Gun 5. How hard is to lose the match in overtime like that for you, and did you shake it off yet?
I think we did shake it off. Yeah, it's really tough because I think we had a lot of points where we could have closed the match. So it hurts a bit every time you have that, like when you can have the control over the match, but you lose it. So yeah, I think we shook it off. We had a couple of games after that and it looked better. So yeah, just trying to keep up the good form that we showed after that.
What do you think is the main key, the main factor that you couldn't close the match, and which rounds were crucial in that match?
To be fair, I can't really remember. I know I had some rounds where I could have closed it as well. Like I've had some good positions in ramp and could have closed it. I think even though I had a lot of impact, it could have still be me that could have closed it, and obviously mistakes happen. I think we weren't really on point communication-wise at some points, especially if it gets like really late like that, and the game starts going so late in the game, like overtimes. We had like what 3 or 4 overtimes. So yeah, obviously you kind of get a bit. Yeah, you get a bit cloud-headed, you know. So obviously I can't name you around. That could have been ours, but I know we had the match point at a couple of times. We also lost like 1v5, if I remember correctly. I think that was like a bit, how can I say, like it just gets you down, you know, like when you lose like that. But obviously we shook it off in the game because we were still in it. I think it was at halftime. So yeah, I think we're just trying to get our best to have a good mindset and go into the next games.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think it was the pistol round that you lost 1 against 5. So yeah, that was pretty tough. You're now playing against CYBERSHOKE. They look like they are struggling right now. Do you feel like it is maybe the best time possible to beat them, since they will be favorites in this match?
I obviously think that we've been on an uptrend this couple of days, even though in this tournament at least we haven't showed it yet. We could have showed it, we just didn't have the means to close the games. So yeah, I think it's a good time to face them. They're obviously good players, but I think we have what it takes to beat them as well.
Yeah, maybe BO freeze can be better for you. Are you able to prepare better for them with your map pool or with your current state of the map pool?
I think we have a good map pool, and we obviously have some strong maps where people can pop off. We have good individuals, so obviously I think it's really good that we're in best of 3s. Obviously there's no like one single mistake won't cost you the game, like, you know, best of 1, like what happened in the last games. So obviously it's better for us, and I have this thing where if we're in best of 1s and then we have to play best of 3s and we do bad in best of 1s, we just say, oh, we were waiting for best of 3s. But if you do good, yeah, fuck, BO3s, you know?
But still, you are on the verge of elimination. Do you still believe that you can qualify, you can compete with every other team?
Like I told you last time, I think we are a good team to have this mindset of like never going down. I told you that we're one of the teams that can go from 0-2 to 3-2 and not make it a big deal. But obviously, I told you as well that I didn't want to be here. I would have liked to have 1-1, but of course, I think we have the means to do the comeback here.
Yeah, great to hear that, and good luck to accomplish that. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you as well. See you.
Hello, Phenomen. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Tough tournament for you so far. Why do you think you struggle in these BO1s?
First of all, we didn't show our game to the fullest. In both games, we could have won, but we made many stupid mistakes, and luck was not on our side. Hopefully, today it will be different.
Against Maestro, you lost even after getting back in the overtime. Why do you think you lost the momentum?
It just wasn't our game. There are no other arguments. Just shit happens. I don't know what to say.
Sure. Now in best of threes, do you believe you will be stronger and more prepared?
I perceive the best of three format to be more competitive. There are less chance and more fireness. In any case, the one who is stronger wins. We are ready to play in any conditions, no matter best of one or best of three, but best of format is more pleasant for us.
Yeah, but still you have to win all three of them to qualify for playing match. Are you still confident that you can pull through?
If you find someone who doesn't have to desire and confidence to deal with this situation, they have no business being a sport. Of course, we're confident. We feel great, you know, Cristiano Ronaldo mentality, you know.
Yeah, I love it. Nexus played great and long match against Gun 5 and is performing well against favorites so far. How tough this match will be?
We have already met this team many times. We know them well, and we don't see any big problem for us. Everything depends solely on us. The main thing is to believe in ourselves.
Okay, so then good luck to the match and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye.
KFC patří ke hře.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Welcome back to the Tipsport Conquest of Prague, and heating up things is the most important thing we will be talking about here, because next is a match between Romanian side Nexus and the CIS Rust.
Of course, that was the demolition of Imperial Valkyries. You don't see the concrete specific result here. It was 2-0 for 9, but I would say it was in a record time. Anyways, that's in the past. Let's concentrate on the present time. As you just said, it's Nexus versus CYBERSHOKE. Of course, it's a Romanian versus the CIS team that's going to play out together. And I think, even from what I just said, you can probably expect a fast-paced CS, something we are longing for, after the rather slow play of the previous match. And these two teams actually met each other quite recently, Kotti. And it was in the Exert Series 8, where Nexus actually ended up on the 3rd to 4th place, thanks to the loss to CYBERSHOKE in this particular game. And it was, gotta say, a pretty not even
one-sided
win. Yeah, it was pretty one-sided from the CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, 4-13 from a point of Nexus on the map Mirage, and CYBERSHOKE won Nuke 13-8. We'll see what kind of veto we'll get for this match, but it's a do or die BO3 series. That means that the stakes couldn't be higher here in Tipsport Conquest of Prague, because loser of this match is eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah, of course, in the previous match we actually found out the first team that was eliminated, and today we're gonna find the second one. Heartache, that's for sure. A loss of ERS points, a loss of potential for taking the cut of prize pool, which is rather hefty. It's 30k in total, which is a lot of money, to be honest. Anyways, it's not just about that. Nexus, if we can focus on this specific team first, gotta say that when it comes to their gameplay, it was pretty good. They actually lost to Partizan, they lost to Gun 5, but both those series were very, very tight. And you can actually see the 5 players that will be attending today's match: BT and Raga, Lungs, Xylo and Sound. And especially Raga and the rest of the team, of course, is gonna have to try and wake up from the nightmare of the first round still, because against Partizan it was 11-8. It was pretty much full echo. Maybe you could say a deco on the side of Partizan. And Collins was able to get 3 kills with 1 HP. That led to the losing of Nexus, and of course the heartbreaking series against their opponents of Gun 5, 20-22 on Nuke. That was an insane series. I was actually casting that one, and I can still feel it in my bones, Kotti.
Well, unfortunately, Nexus won't be very cheered by Czech fans, because they played as well as Romanian national team in, I guess it was last year, championship, or the 2023, but they eliminated Czech national team there in hometown or home country. So maybe the favorite team for Czechs will be their opponent in CYBERSHOKE, who said in an interview they like BO3 series more than BO1s. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
And they say as well that if they weren't motivated to win this one, there is no point in taking part in esports tournaments.
Yeah, gotta agree with that statement. Not actually expected from the interviewee. Yep, these are the 5 players. Again, decked in armor. Altine Kilavicus, Phenoman Blixie. And of course, the train, the coach is Brain. What a nickname for a coach of a team. Gotta say, that's the best one I've ever heard. Anyways, veto process. I don't think we're gonna get anything out of ordinary here for both teams. One of those best picks, Mirage for CyberShoke and Nuke for Nexus. Okay, it looks like both of those maps will actually come into play. That's a given right now. And let's see what's the last one does to an Ancient Ban's Anubis as a decider. Actually, why not? Both of those teams have a decent win rate on this particular map. So I presume, if we actually manage to get into the decider, it's going to be a banger of a match.
So the veto from Exhort Series 8 remains almost the same. Although there was a decider Ancient, not Anubis.
It didn't get to it anyway.
Yeah, you're right. These 2 maps were swept in this veto. Well, Storm, we can briefly talk about Mirage, map picked by CyberShoke without any surprise. They played it 25 times in the last 3 months. Nexus, on the other hand, quote-unquote, only 10 starts there with 50% win rate. So CyberShoke, no. Why they did pick this map, full of fast-paced CS, map full of many different play styles. Either teams take mid or they go for more side-based CS. Well, CyberShoke are
clear favorites.
By odds, yeah. They are favorites and pretty hard by 0.7. And okay, the odds shows that they should win 2-0.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, even given the series in Exhort that you actually just spoke about a bit earlier. Both of those maps are the same at the start. Of course, the decider is different, but if we follow suit from the match 1.5 months earlier in a different tournament, we might get a similar result. Definitely CyberShoke as favorites, that's pretty much sealed in. And if they lock in, I think they...
Novo Eclipse Cross, o SUV esportivo para você relembrar sua essência.
Prepare-se para fazer a festa. Compre botijão de gás com desconto de R$ 8,00 utilizando o cupom Primeira Compra e inscreva-se na promoção Aniversário Premiado Pedir Gás para concorrer a R$ 150 mil. Peça pelo aplicativo Pedir Gás ou pelo WhatsApp da Supergasbras 0800 591 2591.
After 3 years, Longs came back home, where he already played in 2021 and 2022. Then he changed his jersey to Sprout, Falcons, Bleed, back to Falcons, and now he ended up back with Nexus. So we'll see how he will play during today's matches. When we take a look at his last performances, he was quite successful. His last match 2 days ago against Sangal, where he scored 27 kills on Anubis and took rating 1.50. But of course, not every match is good for him. For example, here against Partizan, he did only 0.87 rating, and against Gun 5 that was, I don't want to say disaster for him, but 15 kills for a player of this caliber isn't really that what we are expecting to get.
I'm actually remembering I was pinpointing this at the end of the match as one of the results, one of the prime factors in the loss of Nexus in that match. It was extremely close, and of course, in a long best of one, it was 20-22. Every factor definitely counts in, and the small details make the difference. In this case, it was a rather big detail, and yeah, you just summed up how big of a deal the return of Langs into the roster is, actually. And of course, he wasn't alone. Sound came 3 months ago. As far as I know, they don't really have any active coach, so that's a minus for them as well, given how hard their situation in this tournament is, because the tactical timeouts often... you often use your couch to the best of visibility, another point of view from the in-game leader. But let it be that, and let's get into the first round of the map Mirage. Of course, this is a CYBERSHOKE pick, and we're gonna see how this one plays out, because Nexus starts on CT.
Yeah, CYBERSHOKE will be looking to start strong on their familiar ground, and BTN is going to be their first problem on the B-bomb side, ready with Molly to block the push in front of him. But these are not scared of that. CT's Molly is so useless. Blixie instantly frags against BTN. Langs is ready for a refrag, but not for more. Blixie and Phenomenon are ready to chain these first kills, and this makes a 2v4 situation for Raga and Xello. Not even a single chance for Xello, as Raga remains the last player alive from Nexus, and that's such a pity for CD side. They are not starting really well on their opponent's map pick, but I see the problem in a game of Counter-Strike, because the CT Molotov isn't able to block a single thing.
Yeah, that's harsh truth, harsh reality of the late update. It's been quite some time, but that's true. The radius is just not as big. It's not as impactful as it used to be. Okay, Raga eventually falls down as well. But I gotta give it to the post plant position here. There was basically no chance for anyone from short to get into the side. As you can see, Glowing was the first to spot Xello, and he just had to fall down. And he did hit the floor. So it's 1-0 for the CIS team. CYBERSHOKE has to be happy with how that played out and how they can build on that victory.
Yeah, we can see that there is only pistols here. Nexus trying to surprise their enemy with a possible ace-stack, but CYBERSHOKE don't want any problems. They are pushing towards B-bomb site. It's found out to be empty, and no problem with planting bomb on default, hand in hand with securing the whole control of this part of the map.
Yeah, that was a good call. Of course, it's always 50-50 when you're in the situation as the CTs are right now, that you lose the pistol. You don't really buy anything. You only basically have two options. Either push, be proactive, or just stack one of those sides. They made a gamble. The risk didn't pay off, but, you know, it's just another day in the CS, and they are going for the exit frags. Why the hell not? Try to get the guns, try to get the kills. They have nothing left to lose. Actually, 2 frags. I think they managed to take some of those weapons. Oh, okay. Actually, no. No chance because of the B-bomb plan, of course. And it's 2-0 without too much of a complication for the Russian organization. And Blixie again, Linsky probably reading some instructions from his in-game leader. Yep, so far so good for CYBERSHOKE on their own map pick.
We could wonder whether using deagles would change something in the previous round, but the Nexus went for Eco, and that's so reasonable, because right now they can use M4s, they can use utility as well, and that was a really smart decision, as well as going for the bomb to kill them. So they won't let their opponents to farm money with SMGs. But still, even with M4s, One player of Nexus is falling down first, but Longs is here ready, at least for refrag. What a fight in apartments. Blixie is successful there, and Sound with Longs are summing this round slowly up. Okay, little troubles here. Phenomenon with 31 HP can still cause an alarm in rows of Nexus. He's still waiting passively on B apartments.
He's not
just waiting for Ruga to rotate towards this side as he's slowly creeping in. But Longs is ready with his USB on 3 HP, but it's enough in this situation as Nexus take their first round.
Yeah, he was not expecting after that long while that anyone is gonna be up close near the truck. So I think that was the main reason why there was a play from the short. Nice bait, nice skill, and I gotta hand it to Nexus. That was a very nice round. After the first kill on the CYBERSHOKE, I was thinking that maybe this round might just as well go towards CYBERSHOKE, but boy, I was wrong. It's 1-2, CYBERSHOKE with definitely a little bit of a crumbling economy situation. Not good, but it's nowhere near the 2008 global crisis levels, that's for sure. Still have something to buy. There's a Galil, there's 2 Galils actually, 1 AK, Tick 9, and a Tick 9 drive-by actually occurs on the A side. One notable kill. Sounds still alive, not anymore. Taken care of by Lovicus, but Xelo. This damage and nade, I think, seals the fate of Phenomen. Glowing alone, picks up the AK that was dropped by his teammates. But this is a really hard-fought battle for him. 1v2, the first kill lands, but he still needs to hit the deck for the 2 of the other players. Okay, this might just happen. This actually happens! And Glowing puts in the work. It's 3-1. What a fantastic job by this player.
Wow, buying only 2 weapons ended up being enough. Well played for Glowing. Incredible fights. He was able to isolate firstly on CT. Then Longs wasn't able to a fast refrag there. This was such a dumb decision from Nexus. They should have waited for some bomb plant or something, for information where last enemy is positioned, and just swing together, just play 2v1 situation, not 2 1v1s. That was a huge mistake that can cost them. For Nexus, suddenly economical issues are back. Currently with only 1 scout, 1 FAMAS and MP9 in Longs' hands. This is not a great buy for CTs. They are even not stacking any position on map, and this could cause a trouble. If CYBERSHOKE went for some kind of faster push, they decided to play more passively, splitting up B-bomb side. 2 players through short, only 1 ready in apps. That's Blixie with his Mech 10. The stronger weapons are positioned away from this bomb side, but this looks like a great fake. Now suddenly mid to A split. Connector is suddenly crumbling after pushing it from the side of CYBERSHOKE, and Notineki is here to secure A bomb side.
Yeah, there's nowhere left to go for Nexus. That's 3 pistols, actually 2 pistols. BTN and Long still alive. Yeah, there's nothing left to do but save. Tuck tail and hope for the best. But the best is probably not gonna come. Of course, this kill, okay, actually didn't went through. What the hell just happened there? Lung's still alive. Nope. That actually is not true anymore as well. 4-1 for CYBERSHOKE, and honestly, that was a good bait. That was a good fake on the B side. We have seen some utility thrown to the B. Some mild rotation went through the kitchen. And now empty. A bomb side. That played out really well from their side. And if this continues, of course, Nexus is gonna run out of fuel. And by fuel, I of course mean sweet, sweet American dollars. This is not paying out well. In this round especially, the 6th one. But look at that push in the middle. It might come surprising for Glowing. Actually, only 1 kill. And this might be even better because Blix is only on 16. Lovicus from the underpass. This is a move to clinch the rest of the defenders on the mid. And actually pays out. BTN, the last one alive. Some damage done. Okay. but they didn't manage to take more than 1 life, actually 2 lives. And that's not enough for them. They have to win rounds from now on.
Blixie, who beautifully pitched the idea of B-split in previous round, now fell short on mid together with Glowing, but the rest of the team stood up and make the dream come true. And nice play by CYBERSHOKE, even tactical break after this round. It can be kind of surprising. Maybe they are kind of debating what playstyle to choose against the enemy's full buy, because orbs are up on both sides. On Nexus, it's ready as well as in a roster of CYBERSHOKE, and both teams now expect a huge fight with primary weapons, with the best armory you could get on each side.
I have to say now that I actually had time to pinpoint a bit more about the statistic properties of this concrete matchup, that CYBERSHOKE pretty much won the veto, because Mirage, they pretty much pick it all the time, but even their most picked map, which is Anubis, is in potential play as a decider. So even this one might actually tell you the story of how this match should go on paper. But of course, in reality, that might be a different thing. So far, it doesn't seem like it, but that's a nice push from Sound, walking into underpass. So in the meantime, is able to kill another player. So it's a 5v3 situation, but Prague falls down. Eltenik spots another one in the jungle, and now it seems like A side is gonna be open for the taking. Of course, another frag by Xillo. And Phenoman, the last one alive, with a lot of time on his hands and the bump on his back. I actually think if he goes for the B side, that's going to be a better option. And he seems to think the same way, probably.
45 seconds is still a lot of time, but sooner or later he has to plant C4, and it looks like the B bomb site will be his choice. Only leg shot from Xillo. This is not enough, but he has the information. It's all he needs. Switches up to M4. This could be the gun that will end this round successfully for Nexus, but Phenoman, he has the information as well. He's prepared for Xillo that will pop up from kitchen. Even making his position better. This is easy frag for Phenomen, and CYBERSHOKE comes with 6 points. And nice clutch from this Belarusian player, who's curious that CYBERSHOKE won't lose the first half of this match on a map of their own.
Yeah, Phenomen made a phenomenal play. Of course, Xillo was the MVP of the whole round for Nexus on the other side, but that was not enough. I have to say that the leg shot was unfortunate from him, and he made the right play going for the M4. Of course, he knew he hit him, so there was a low HP. He even guessed right where his opponent would actually look. But look at this situation. Lovicus might fall down here, and he does. 2 kills eventually for Nexus in the 8th round. What an opening for them, and maybe chance to finally clinch this round home. Sound still alive. Only one answer from CYBERSHOKE. That's not enough, because there's Raga with the 5-7 kill, and Phenoman all alone once again. Situation well known for him, but in this regard, I don't think he's gonna clutch this one.
Currently 4 opponents still alive against him, but be careful, because top mid is being pushed by Nexus, as well as T-Spawn, and this will mark Phenomen's death. In this round, BTN, who seals the deal and takes 2nd round home. 2-6 when we look at the score from POV of Nexus players. Currently being on CD side, it's definitely not the result they hoped for.
What a play.
But it's still not over for them on CD side. Still plenty of time to make something out of this. In theory, they could still tie this matchup, but they need to work with full buy against almost the same buy on the other side. Only Blixie fell short here, using Tech 9 instead of primary weapon. But the rest of CYBERSHOKE has to carry.
Long's try his luck with an HG, and it actually fell on the right target. Blixie down to 59 HP in the round number 7. Of course, that's not an ideal buy from CYBERSHOKE, but this play in the window might actually surprise some of them. Depends on the timing, depends on the dissipation of the smoke. And Blixie was close, but Sound in the jungle was very aware of that situation that might actually come into play. He was able to kill him first, and actually kill Slavicus as well, and Glowing. What a play by Sounds. Pretty much eliminating all the threats from his opponents. This is down to Phenomenon again. How many times have we seen this situation? Insane.
Nah, he won't be successful once again. 2 lost clutches in a row, but yeah. If he clutched 1v4 or 1v5, that by itself would be a huge upset.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that actually in the duel between Nexus and Gun 5. There was nothing left to predict because that match went unpredictable at times. Anyways, different day, different match. 3-6. You can see the odds. Nothing ecky. More than 15 kills.
More than 16 actually.
Yeah, actually 16, but more than 15, so you can have 15.5. Anyways, yeah, why not? Might happen. This actually might be a bit longer map than when we compare it to their match a month and a half earlier in the XR series. Xelo rarely misses, but this was the one instance that might not pay off well for Nexus. Actually follows up with the kill. That's good. Second one.
Ooh.
Oh, this looks good for Nexus now. Maybe. Or not.
Notineki falls short in this fight. Blixie is trying as hard as possible. Raka currently 1v2 situation. First frag successful. He knows about Phenomenon. And this dink is not enough. 8 HP left on Raka's health bar. But this is enough. And he is able to clutch and close this one successfully for Nexus. What a play, and once again we have a successful clutch situation in here. Firstly, there was Phenomenon from CYBERSHOKE, and now Raga, who is able to replicate this scenario only on the other side of the river. Nice shot from Blixie here in the replay, but still it didn't make the difference on a scoreboard. On the other hand, this Romanian player who we saw on a screen during last seconds of the replay did. What about Glowing? He won't be the man to destroy mid-aggression. It was Phenomenon who took the kill on Longs. And a man advantage for CYBERSHOKE is here. Round 11. The first half is slowly coming towards its end, as Nexus will try to work with a less man alive.
Yeah, we're definitely closing the curtain behind this one, and Nexus wants to get more rounds in. But the opening is on the side of CYBERSHOKE. Sound is in the upper connector, flashed out of this position. Probably gonna follow up with the smoke. CYBERSHOKE therefore has some kind of a control over the mid situation. But look at that rotation. Actually, one of the prominent features of CYBERSHOKE are really quick rotations and acting upon reliable information. Anyways, 5v4 situation, 40 seconds, and there's nowhere left to go but the A side. And that's kind of open because both of those players are actually in the connector. So for CYBERSHOKE, this is the right play. And Lavicus from the underpass, no! He's found out. And that's unfortunate for CYBERSHOKE. Probably gonna get the bomb planted anyways. 4v4 retake. The bomb is ticking.
And CYBERSHOKE have to utilize numbers on A bomb side, because if they lose this round, it will cost them a lot, it will cost them money for a possible next buy. Xello is against that. He's ready to find headshot onto Phenomon. And BTN has a great timing from CT. First kill from Raka comes here. Glowing is ready to refrag, but no more is alive from CYBERSHOKE side, and this will end up being fifth for Nexus. Great comeback, great retake from a Romanian team, and this could be a 6-6 half as T's economy situation is torn apart.
Yeah, but CYBERSHOKE had the opening, had pretty much all the good decisions made in the mid-round, even about the rotation and picking the A side. Everything up to that point was pretty much genius, but after that it fell apart, they fell flat in the postman positions, and it seems like CYBERSHOKE is again a bit unable to close out those important rounds. As I can remember from their game against Maestro, that was pretty much the same deal on this specific map. And Blixie takes no prisoners. First kill, a quick reply from Sound. That was blind actually. In that time, he just tried it into the smoke. And that was an inevitable damage from the molly. And this time, the timing works for Blixie. An MVP of this round, that's for sure. 4v2 situation. And a dream of 6-6 for Nexus just doesn't seem right now.
Sound trying to find someone. He needs to improve the situation for CYBERSHOKE, but I'm sorry, for Nexus, but he's not able, as well as Phenomenon. CYBERSHOKE at the end of the day win their half 7-5, but the match is still so close.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
A EasyTech, a incorporadora mais sólida do mercado, apresenta rentabilidade junto ao eixo Berrini-Shukri-Zaidan. O acesso ao mundo dos negócios e a toda a cidade no endereço que está em alta. O design inteligente e funcional com decoração triptych que maximiza cada metro quadrado, o dia a dia e o seu investimento. Alt by EasyTech, a alternativa certa para morar ou rentabilizar.
Sabe que eu te amo, pai. Sim, você sabe. Meu amor por você é maior que tudo.
Sei.
Ah, tô te falando.
Maior que a Pivida? Só em São Paulo vão ser mais 4 novos hospitais, mais 30 novas unidades de atendimento, fora as que já existem. Tem até no celular. E aí? Maior que a Pivida?
Pô, Pivida. Sempre fica difícil competir, né?
Sua vida pede um plano que cresce com você. Sua vida pede Apivida.
The last round of the first half that denied Nexus the dream of making it 6-6. On the other hand, it's 7-5 for CYBERSHOKE on their own map pick, and a bit of a better side, to be honest, now after switching it. And Nexus seems like they're just gonna go for defaults. They're definitely not gonna go for some early push. That's actually right now not possible with their current split. A bit of a control over mid. That's going for it. I think this is definitely going for a split on A. Especially given that Raga is in the palace, ready to lift the crown and put it on his own head if he kills Phenoman. Which is not going to be an easy task, because Phenoman has dualies. And in the next few seconds, I presume we're going to expect some Wild Wild West in this location.
Yeah, now it's time to show us what are Nexus going to do on the offense. They are splitting the A-bomb side. Nutineki finds the first one. Xello, however, ready for imminent refrag with P250. And while the situation is 4v3 in favor of Nexus, bomb will be planted or not. Only fake here from Sound. But I guess he will try to plant on opposite triple. Blixie in the smoke, but he is expected. He finds the headshot and second. Oh my god, this could be a potential clutch.
Oh, that's a clutch.
BTN is alone.
This doesn't bode well for BTN. And it doesn't. He falls to the ground. restless because this round does not go away of Nexus, and they were so close. I gotta say, the entry to the side was phenomenal, but the follow-up, well, not really following the suit of the previous few seconds. I'm really sorry for them because this looked very well, but no, that was a genius push. 2 kills, 2 quick kills after the plant of the bomb, and yeah, it's 8-5.
What a game changer by Blixie. With a blink of an eye, the numbers were in favor of CYBERSHOKE. And currently this pistol round can set the pace for the rest of the game, for the rest of the first map. And now Nexus, thanks to the plant, can utilize their buy. 1 AK on Xello, 3 Khalils bought as well. Well, BTN being on Tech 9. And CYBERSHOKE having only 1 M4 in their rows. With 2 FAMASs and 2 MP9s. And not much utility as well. These can't end up so badly for them. But Lovikus has enough information. He knows that this is short push towards B-bomb side. He will be expecting though. Sound finds this kill, and now it's only up to Blixie, who is able to find first one. He's able to refrag onto Sound, but he must find more and much more, I believe, because 1 kill is simply not enough. While Raga is able to kill Phenomenon, and Blixie is activated in apartments. Another dink on Xello. Lounge falls short as well, and BTN remains in a 1v2 situation. Only with Tech 9. He will take FAMAS, but he will not kill Notineki, who was in red HP. I don't know how this could go wrong for BTN, but somehow he managed to choke the spray.
Yeah, there's no better way to put it, honestly. He had a prime position, actually, a fairly well executed lurk, but he fell flat in the aim department. I think that's the way to actually finish out our assessment of that situation. But again, Blixie, what a phenomenal player. What an individual step up. I think you agree in the chat, because so far this is definitely his map. A lot of impact frags, 18-9. Simple KD, but the impact is anything but simple. Sound on the mid, disapproves with the position of Lovikus, and the Capacitate him. I'm still alive in the connector, and it seems like Nexus is gonna take this position, but Blixie on the other hand, another 2k for him. Raga kills Glowing, and it's all up to Blixie. The only thing going for him are the HPs, 100s. There's a defuse kit, there's the M4. Against 2 Khalils, but it's 1v2 situation, Kote, and this is all about the hack. And no, Raga actually manages to kill Blixie, so he eliminates the biggest threat so far in this first match. Not really sure if he's satisfied with how that round played out, but still, for Nexus, an important one.
I want to say, who else but Blixie? But suddenly Raga came out from a window towards jungle. He was ready for his opponent, and he delivered with Khalil to secure Nexus 6th round. And as well, to force out the buy out of CYBERSHOKE. Currently problems in a paradise for this team. 9 points secured, but this one will be a tough to break.
Yeah, hard to see this one crumble, Kotti. I don't think so. CYBERSHOKE with this buy is gonna have a really hard time in the next minutes and almost a half. Max takes care of the first opponent he meets, who's not agile enough to dodge those bullets. And so far it seems like it's gonna play out straight to the script.
M4 is dropped to the ground. Notineki doesn't have long hands enough to steal it from Long's control. And that's why Nexus can work well with this information that possibly only one player is taking care of this side of a map. but they don't have enough information. Now it all will fall apart because Notineke falls down in apartments, and Nexus will find empty B-bomb site. Currently 3v5 situation while bomb is being planted, and Glowing together with Lovicus only on secondary weapons. Deagle in action together with 5-7 Phenomenon on scout. But these 3 players should be saving, or maybe passively somewhere waiting for lucky exit frags. This won't be an attempt to retake this bomb site and win the round.
Yeah. There's not enough information, there's not enough alive players, there's no kit. Basically impossible situation, or nigh impossible situation. Retake from Lovicus knows that. Well, going for the exit though, I think he hears there was a sound cue of Xello. Wasn't enough. Maybe Phenomenon Glowing are gonna be able to save it. That's quite a few dollars to the family account for the next rounds. Of course, you don't have to rebuy the armor, in one case even the helmet. So that's something. But still, around for Nexus without too much of a trouble. Too much of a hassle. Says Xello, especially. What a dominant player he was. Even though Nexus lost both of those previous matches, he definitely was visible. You definitely knew he was on the server, and it continues even today.
Now Nexus waiting for some contact, but Phenomenon is ready to deal damage with his scout from stairs. Lungs only one on the middle. Rest of Nexus are being stacked in front of a bomb site. Maybe some kind of bait for them to be activated. And here it comes. Lovicus is being threatened for his aggression. Caught off guard. 4v5 situation to with a minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Nexus are really taking care of this round. They know their opponent is on a low buy. They don't want to make a stupid mistake which could cost them. Good outcome from 17th. And we are still waiting for a second fight in this round, while Nexus players are slowly going on contact and towards B-bomb side. And that is textbook anti-eco play by them.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put it better myself. Raga tries to kill Glowing in the connector. There's an opponent on his left as well, now taken care of by Raga himself, and there's no way to save. Doesn't matter though, because CYBERSHOKE is gonna have a full buy, but when it comes to nades, not really sure how much they can actually afford with their economy, and a bit of a shamble now. And so we can probably say that when it comes to the second half, CYBERSHOKE had the 2 first rounds, but after that it all fell apart. They have to pick up the slack, maybe in this round, because when it comes to making mistakes, there's not gonna be space for more if they lose this one. So let's see how this one plays out. Ooh. Okay, Lovicus! I'm not sure if he saw a barrel.
Yeah, possibly. That's the only possible outcome I can think of right now. But Raga is here ready with a imminent refrag. Lovicus, however, finds a second. And slowly but surely Nexus are dropping the ball onto the ground. They are making a mistake by mistake. And finally is Langs who is able to secure at least playable situation. I don't know what happened previously in Connector. Now let's take care of Phenomenon. He will surprise his enemies from under the palace. His M4 is ready to cut Raga, and he will be successful. And I'm gonna use a smoke, maybe to have some space to work around with.
That's smart. That's really smart, because his opponents probably won't expect him to move to the default position, maybe up to the palace. That made more sense. BTN spotted him. Now it's up to Phenomenon. He saw one, maybe heard the second. That was an unfortunate molly for him, but he still survives. That one kill might just be enough. 30 seconds. Let's see if it will be enough. And it's Longs, the long forgotten son of Nexus that's back in the roster. Famous player that's still alive and trying to clinch this win for his team. 15 seconds. The time is always going towards 0, but this is 1v1. Low HP for Longs, and this would have to be a miracle. Blixie against him. It's all about the timing. Oh my god, there's not enough time. Whew. Sheesh. Okay, CYBERSHOKE has to be very, very aware of how lucky they were here. But they managed to win it.
I was extremely scared for Longs that he will die after the time, and that could cause a huge trouble for Nexus economy. But he managed not only to survive, but as well killed his last opponent. Sadly for him, after the time ran out. And that's why CYBERSHOKE can celebrate their 10th round. Nothing of a game changer here for now. Still 2 rounds lead for a CIS team, while Romanians are trying to take mid.
Yeah, so far successfully. There's not enough opposition to go by, so of course this position on the map is fully in their holds. 5v5 still applies, 120 left on the clock. And it seems like Nexus might just split B. Something that we haven't seen in some while. Prague in the apartments, but it will be Blixie who's playing in a huge form with an SMG in his hands. He's gonna stand in his way and try to collect the bloody money on the rents. This was probably, I'm not sure if it was hurt. That was definitely not a sound cue. 50 seconds, and yeah, this plan will come, hopefully, for Nexus in fruition. 2 kills, 3 kills on the side of CYBERSHOKE, and this is a complete demolition of hopes of Nexus of getting this round.
Yeah, Nexus put all their eggs in one basket with this B split. Only one player in apartments, the rest of the team was trying to split from shore, and it didn't went well for them. On the other hand, CYBERSHOKE had enough information to over-rotate towards B-bomb side. They were expecting this kind of play, and they caught enemies off guard. Well, unlucky for Nexus. This round could be heartbreaking for CYBERSHOKE if they manage to lose that.
Yeah.
But
you just can't beat Blixie, man. That's just not gonna happen on his watch, as it seems right now. From all those previous rounds, what a player, man. On the other side, Longs, of course, extremely notable, as well as Raga, a handful of impact frags, both of those players. But it's 11-8, and after, I would say, a bit of a lethargy on side of CYBERSHOKE after winning those 2 rounds, they're back on track to winning the first map. 2 more rounds to hammer it home.
Yeah, Nexus players have to win this one, Storm. Because if they lose, the economy would be so tight. But here comes the open, and this is good start for Nexus. But here comes Blixie with his HE, finds Longs, and suddenly the score on the player account is tied 4-on-4, while Raga playing on 80 HP. It started well for Nexus, but suddenly the better outcome is on the side of CYBERSHOKE.
I think that they made the right decision to pull back. Of course, they didn't have any information on the other side of the map, so it was a bit of a gamble if there was no one in their backs. But as it seems that it wasn't. You can actually see that on the radar. And the only one who's still about to fight on the A side is Notineki with the Phenoman actually in the connector. But the bulk of the force goes to the palace. And I'm not really sure if Notineki is going to be able to survive this onslaught.
Huge pro for this situation is that Phenomenon is able to help him from stairs. If he didn't play in this position, that could be a huge trouble. But Notineki made a huge decision making. He pushed ramp and suddenly he can surprise his enemies. Raka was smelling his opponent but won't be able to kill him. Phenomenon on the other hand ready for palace push. He has the second one and Loficus to the back of Xello ends this one up, and this is how CYBERSHOKE will get their first map points, and map which seemed like a nail biter for first few rounds is suddenly, I don't want to say one-sided for CYBERSHOKE, but ending on this map is, I think, pretty in their own directory.
Yeah, time to close the chapter for CYBERSHOKE on this map, on their own map. Currently they hold everything in their hands that should lead to victory, but of course Lunks is against it. He was stopped for a minute. Not his teammates though, still alive, but so is Notineki in the shadow, and he does not fall down. It's 13-8 as the final result in the first map of this second best of 3 duel today. And I remind you, all of you actually came through at this time. It's a 0-2 in Swiss, so whoever loses this one falls out of Conquest of Prague. These 5 players are the ones that actually managed to pull through, and as I said, 2 rounds, then lost 2, and after that it was basically a CYBERSHOKE show. Yeah,
they showed us why they did pick Mirage as their map, and they of course extended the reason why they are a favorite team in this matchup. Well, 1-0 for them, and I have to say, finally, after the first Beer 1 series, we had at least somehow closer match, because in comparison of Imperial Valkyries and 9, both maps were very one-sided, so finally the Mirage showed us at least 22 rounds, and well, we can only hope that on Nuke will get something similar to that.
Well, when it comes to Nuke and Nexus, they don't really have good memories, that's for sure. Of course, you can actually see the graphical overview of what just happened and what is going to happen. But yeah, 22, definitely not their lucky number. They lost on Nuke against Gun 5, 20-22. So hopefully it fares a bit better on Nuke for them. They definitely showed a lot of quality on this map against their previous opponent. So I think we are in for a treat, but that remains to be seen. Now we're going to take a bit of a break, and we're going to be back with hopefully a banger of a map.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
de gelo, é o fogo na bailando.
Ah, é! Debochando legal.
Debochando legal.
Debochando legal. Cabeça de gelo.
Well, after the Mirage, next up we are heading to Nuke. Map pick of Nexus, who fell short on their opponent's Mirage, despite Lonx's very good performance, 21 kills. On the other hand, with BTN's 4 frags, Romanians weren't able to upset their opponents on their map pick, so now they will have to guard their dignity on their own home pick.
Yeah, of course, they actually played this one 1 month and a half earlier in Exert Series, and it went well for CYBERSHOKE. So I hope, they hope probably that this one is going to have the same result. You can see it in the graphic overview now. Of course, if CYBERSHOKE wins this, Nexus has to go, quote-unquote, home, because this would be their last map. Nuke, we have seen that they are really capable on this one against Gan 5. They fell short just by a tight margin in the overtime, 20-22. For those of you who just came back, we have to summarize that as well. And in their previous matchup, it was glowing, 170. Again, very impactful player, 110 ADR, 39 kills. That is simply absurd from his side. Anyways, this is a different day. Of course, the same enemy, but a different day and different stakes here on this specific matchup. Again, BTN, the Romanian legend of this specific team, was trying to do something with his webcam. And I hope the Nuke will be as entertaining as was Mirage Kote.
Yeah, I hope so. Nexus, even though they lost, they showed glimpses of strength in many rounds. I was enjoying their fast-paced rounds when they try to either push B or split it through mid. So I'm hoping for a nuke. We will see such a varieties as well, pushing outside with some plays towards garage or something doing around ramp. That was part of the map that we almost didn't see taken care of in a match between the 9 and Imperial Valkyries. So I would love to see some highlights from there as well just right now. And I hope both teams will deliver really high quality CS and some close result as well, just like it was on just mentioned Mirage. Because yeah, the truth is we enjoy tight matches, and especially when it's your last chance, when it's do or die matches, you just have to pull all your strength together and hope for the best, just like us.
You just have to look for the moral integrity of the team, you know, focus on everything good, try to eliminate the bad, especially in the way that Nexus was playing. There was not a lot of bad, to be honest. It was pretty close, but now it has to be better. Every nuance, every little detail is going to decide if Nexus's path in this tournament is closed down by their today's opponent or not. And yeah, I'm pretty happy actually about how all the rest of the matches played out. I think this tournament had a really good showing from most of those teams, and the fans had something to look for. There's quite a lot of matches still to be played. Of course, after today, the 1-2 bracket can be fully seeded. So we're going to see how that fares out for sure. Now we know that the previous match, of course, 9 is going to be in that bracket in the Swiss system. And maybe after this map, we will see if CYBERSHOKE is going to be the second.
I have to say that people in Prague are, during the last days, enjoying beautiful weather, and I believe we will enjoy a beautiful, not only weather, but as well a Team Counter-Strike in a month, because it's only around 30 days which are left to the start of playoff here in the capital of Czech Republic. So we gladly welcome you to maybe make a trip here, because you will see a really exciting matches, and it doesn't matter who will play in here on LAN, because all the teams we saw during this stage will give it all, and I believe they will show us a great results and maybe even close matches, because for example there were some rosters that pretty surprised me in a good way with their showing. For example, Maestro did really well. Yeah, the truth is they lost their last match against 500, 3-13. But maybe other lineups like Partizan or Rush B, I didn't expect them to play as good as they did.
Yeah, the top 16 that actually either went through the qualifications to this stage or through invites or VRS positioning from Volt, that I think was a good matchup. All of those, or most of those, not maybe all of those, but definitely for viewers something to be seen. Nuke is back on the menu, boys. Let's watch it. The first round of Cheddar Creek between CYBERSHOKE and Nexus is in play, and CYBERSHOKE is of course gonna start on the CT side.
Let's get into it. CIS team, of course, looking to close it into to end this BO3 series, and it's Phenomenon who will end life of longs and start this roundup. Notineki with a chance, potential triple kill here in a bomb side B,
nice cross.
But it's Blixie and Glowing who are productive. Lovicus adds one more as well with his duelist, and Xelo remains last player alive, last man standing, finds one headshot, but will fall short against Phenomenon, who was already prepared with his USP, and almost clean and easy round for CYBERSHOKE in this pistols.
Yeah, he definitely hurt. No need for such antics as that headshot. And he was put down on the ground. Nexus unsuccessful with this pistol round. Unfortunate for them because it looked quite well from the beginning. Of course, the first kill on Phenomenon was not anything to gloat about, but still they managed to go towards the B side. But eventually, we were overthrown by their nemesis. 1-0 for CYBERSHOKE. And of course, something to brag about when it comes to economy. Much better weapons than their opponents. Without bomb plant, there's basically no investment into this round. And that's one of those reasons why Glowing again takes multitude of kills. Actually finishes on 4. Quad kill for this player. And I think he remembers well her last showing on this map against this opponent when he eventually had 1.70 rating on this map.
And I believe that he really can do this one more time. Because he showed us his game sense and he was prepared for this kind of gameplay from Nexus. But now he has to cope with M4, maybe against AKs. Of course, guns which can mean one shot, one kill scenario. And we'll see what Xelo is up to on ramp with his teammates. Sudden pop won't surprise anyone, because simply no one is here from CYBERSHOKE. Phenomenon decided to go straight towards B-bomb side, as well as Lovicus, who is ready here as well. And the Nexus, they are slowly creeping under heaven. Glowing is ready for that, but he isn't able to take at least one player. 0 kills from this position. That's a huge miss potential. Longs adds a second one, though, with his Galil. And the situation is 3v5 from CYBERSHOKE. Okay, 2 players are low. Longs on 25 HP, BTN on 40. But what about the remaining 3? Sound, Xelo and Raga have so much HP. They could maybe share them to their teammates. And yeah, damage is great, but you need to find these kills.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's actually why I said it. Only damage after damage, no kills, no one to fall down, and so far it seems, yeah, eventually all of those players agreed that safe is the best bet in this situation. Of course, there's an M4 to SMGs in the hands of Blixie and Phenomenon, so that's a lot of guns and equipment to save. For the better, hopefully for them, better times in the next round. But well played by Nexus. Actually, without losing even one player, they managed to take the A side plant comfortably and clean and easy round from them. 1-2. And I think this is how they planned it out. After they lost the pistol, this is the best next possible outcome.
Well, T-side starting kind of early. They utilized the third round, which means CYBERSHOKE won't be able to full buy in the next round. 2 MP9s in their lineup. On the other hand, Phenomenon is ready with Op, which can be a kind of surprising factor in this round. He's zooming in garage towards the yard. Currently without any information, but it's Blixie who I think saw Long's leg in the hut. Yeah. That's why he's still paying attention for a possible push. Waiting with that molly. If he sees legs once again, he will through the molly. Okay, he decided otherwise. He just jumped down and decided to take this space on map. But here comes the utils. Here comes the A execute. Will it be possible though? Nexus can't go in. The smoke is too much for them, and they need to rotate towards the ramp. Here is Notineki prepared only with MP9. That's not a good weapon to stoop full push. And Lovicus is the only one who takes the kill. BTN is able to frag against player on ramp, and Lovicus needs to add more with AK from singles.
What just happened there for Glowing? It was as if he was expecting someone just rushing down to B side, and he paid no attention to the guy who actually pushed him. Anyways, again, it seems like a safe situation for me. doesn't seem like a safe situation for CYBERSHOKE. And again, a lot of damage, but not enough kills. And this is a disaster coming for CYBERSHOKE, at least economically speaking. There's just not enough to go around. Even if you save the AK and the AVP, the right play would be to save for the rest of the players. Of course, Lovicus can actually drop. He has a lot of money to drop down and give to the other players as a charity. Of course, he has to live here. He has to take the shot, don't miss, and survive the next few seconds. I'm not sure if Nexus is gonna hunt him, though. There's not really a chance for them to do so. Good, that's the result of this round. Look at this situation. That was so strange.
That was strange. Glowing maybe wanted to play with some trigger discipline to wait for more players of Nexus. Or simply his mouse betrayed him, you know, everything can happen in game of CS. It would not be the first time that I've seen something similar. But the story of this round didn't take a happy turn for players of CYBERSHOKE, and the situation is 2-2. Number 2 on both sides, while Longs is kind of chaining up on the first map. I've already mentioned his 21 kills on Mirage. Currently he sits on 3, the most from side of Nexus. And he's second most valuable fragger on server, just 2 frags behind Glowing.
Yeah, what's interesting to note as well is that Sound and Raga still have no kills whatsoever, and still Nexus has 2 rounds. I think that's rather interesting and not anything that happens quite often. Well, this happens quite often. It's Glowing with the kill. That's something we say quite a lot in the series. But Raga takes care of Notineki, and Secret is exposed. And of course, Nexus are hoping to capitalize on this positioning. And they take care of Lovicus again. CYBERSHOKE unable to actually be competitive in the defense department on Nuke. 5th round might just well go in the way of Nexus again.
This jump down was hurt by BTN, that's why he instantly tried to send some bullets off from his AK. And he's waiting for a possible push from Blixie. This will surprise him though. 5-7 working his hell out. And 2v3 can be stated as a still playable situation. Miss from Op, that's unusual from Xello. However, Phenomenon, I believe he will happily save his big green to the next round, as all 4 of his teammates were shut down without any critical impact.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. I think CYBERSHOKE had all played up pretty well from the economy standpoint, but still, they are just not managing to get those kills. And of course, if you don't get kills, you can't win those rounds. Well, it's time for them to rethink their situation. And the next round, even with the lost bonus on 3, I think there's no chance to get a competitive buy from them. There's just not enough in the bank lying around. Even with interest, I think there would be not enough. So, of course, 1 ADP, the big green in the hands of Phenomenon, that counts for something, but you have to be aggressive with it if you hope to take the next round, take some guns for your Patriots. That's the way. That's the way to do it. Probably the only one.
Well, I would be surprised if Nexus will take this half in their favor. But it's their map pick, so they can prove us anything. They can prove us wrong and tell all their haters to flip off. Well, what a slow round now by both sides, and now a attempt to surprise by Notineki won't be accepted as Xello drops him down. And Phenomenon is at least ready to take this position, just close behind his teammate's fallen body.
I love this. I love this. Of course, both of them don't know what's on the other side of the scope, but still, this is like a Mexican standoff. Still missing one player though in that situation. I love that. It's a game not only of confidence, but of course of patience. Yeah, but so far it bodes much better for Nexus. Blixie with only 1 kill doesn't really change the situation. Narrative so much. Phenomenon with the AVP 1v3. The smart, logical choice would be to save, and that's what he's actually trying to do.
Gym time once again for this player. He didn't have any opportunity to make his AVP impactful in this round. He was trying to surprise enemies with double ramp, but that didn't went as planned. And that's why he will save the toughest weapon in the game one more time. Or will he? Nah, Nexus players can't go in, can't go forward on the ramp. That would be such a huge risk for them. And no problem for Phenomenon to save this weapon and use it in a next round where he will be completed by M4S from his teammates. Another full buy is waiting for us from CYBERSHOKE side. While Nexus, they will try to in-strength their lead to 5-2.
Yeah, if CYBERSHOKE falls short on this round as well, I think that's a bye-bye from them. On this first half, there's just not enough rounds to go by to actually improve the situation other than maybe aesthetically. Gentlemen, oh, that was a leg shot, maybe a bit of a, hitting the steel structure next to the player as well. So on 21 HP, unfortunate for Phenomenon to not get this one. He still didn't die at all. That's strange as well. Alovicus falls down, and Nexus with another opening. See what's in store for them in the next few seconds, but this opening is a really good start to round 7.
Nice open indeed. Lovicus is
Desbrave o mar de aventuras na velocidade Vivo Fibra. Assine já.
Both players from CYBERSHOKE are going towards ramp, and Longs is left alone on this part of this map. And sooner or later, he might be the only player on the upper side of the map, now joined by his teammate. And now CYBERSHOKE are too late to this party. Sound is ready for glowing. And for V3 post plant once more time in their favor.
Yeah, this doesn't look well. I think another save if Blixie doesn't go up to the ladder and take one or more kills. I don't think that's gonna happen though. Altineki, nope. Sound with an exquisite position and enough precision to actually lay waste to 2 players. Blixie all alone, and yeah, we have seen this script quite often. It's not enough to do, but save. But still, CYBERSHOKE just cannot seem to find their foothold in this map. On the CT side, they just simply don't have anything. And Nexus are playing very well, exposing all their weaknesses and getting pretty much most of the duels.
And that's exactly the thing I was talking about during the first nuke we've seen today. In a match between Imperial Valkyries and 9. Where I said that T-side is statistically worse on this map, but starting ST doesn't really mean you will lose the map, just because you can set the pace of entire map, and this is exactly what Nexus are profiting from. This is something that suits them well. And they are currently wrapping round after round in their own favor. And it doesn't matter if they go outside a ramp, they just dominate every single part of this map.
Yeah, it's all about the duels, man. I think doesn't seem like CYBERSHOKE are as confident as they were in the previous map. At
Exactly.
least it seems in the beginning, but not after losing a few rounds. And I think that's the main point of their failures. Again and again, losing those duels, not getting anything out of those rounds. That has to change. That definitely has to change if their hopes of getting this 2-0 are gonna pan out. We're gonna see. It's up to the players. We're just here for the show. And the show might just be on the ramp. Notineki with Famas has to drop down and forfeit this position to the enemy. Of course, baiting the sound, so they expect him in the window. That's the default. Sound, in the meantime, kills Glowing, who find that much impact as he have used to, but Blixie was aware that Langs might try to go through the ladder up to the heaven. 4v4 situation, 1 minute remaining. We have seen this quite a lot on this map. And this timing is gonna go towards Sound again.
That was kind of unfair for Notineki, but yeah, that's how CS works. How about Phenomenon? It looks like he's waiting in side event, and he will not proceed with frag. On Sound, he just misses this opportunity, and one will be expected in event, but he's fast enough on the trigger to outfrag his opponent, and currently 3v3 post-plant situation, while Phenomenon is the only one going from singles. His both teammates are slowly forcing enemies to focus on double doors. No. This will be safe one more time, Storm. CYBERSHOKE once again are not able to complete a retake, and once again they will forfeit this round for Nexus. This means T-side will reach 6th as first.
Wow. Okay, it's 6 rounds in a row for Nexus, if I'm correct. You can, of course, repair the statement. But yeah, again, a bit of a game of timings, but who tries to brave the storm reaps the benefits, of course. 6-2, CYBERSHOKE, in this case, another full buy, even thanks to the save, but they need to start collecting rounds. They need to string them together. Even if it's gonna be 6-6, I'm not sure. Of course, in the context of current state, 2-6, they're gonna be happy, but doesn't matter. Xello is ready for the quickscope. He's ready for Phenomenon. And again, CYBERSHOKE are down to 4 players with no reply. Now Glowing, 7 HP, of course, Claude. Maybe there's gonna be some HE to his position, to his feet. Not so much in the next few seconds. But again, this round might just go in hands of Nexus.
Well, Notineki with surprising position. This molly didn't go as planned, and he can be a sweet surprising factor of this whole play. He's activated in a wrong time though. Longs will be ready for instant refrag, and he can cause more troubles as he finds through the smoke Blixie, who randomly shot through the smoke as you've mentioned. That was a play that cost him his own life. Glowing, sitting on 7 HP. 1 bullet will be enough for him, but 4 longs as well. And Glowing won't be expected in this position. So, on the other hand, good bait for him by Blixie. Xello now trying to surprise both of his opponent, but what a good double peek from CYBERSHOKE. That secures them 3rd round. Once again, it was Glowing who did 3 kills and was the main part of this round from CYBERSHOKE. But the other teammates need to cope up well with him as soon as possible. They need to make impact as well. For example, Blixie played well on Mirage, but now is kind of missing out.
Yeah, he honestly is nowhere to be seen in most of those rounds. So 5-7 positive KD doesn't really speak too much. And Glowing outside in this aggressive position, of course, wary about the silo. And Phenomenon gets Raga, it's insane. CYBERSHOKE completely flips the narrative.
Glowing with a wonderful play, but Sound will check his position. I was getting nervous while he were walking through the smoke, but nothing good came out from that. On the ramp here we have a situation between Longs and his opponent Phenomenon, who is slowly coming in, but Sound in main is able to kill Blixie. What about the ramp duel between Notineki and Lungs? This is still waiting for a final answer, as Phenomenon is destroying the smoke, but he misses his opportunity as Lungs is ready for imminent kill. He takes his heads off and is ready to snowball his form onto Notineki as well. 1v2 for Lovicus. He's not expected on his position, but Nexus have control of B-side as a bomb is slowly taking its path towards there.
Yeah, this is a smart play from Nexus. Of course, one of those players managed to scout out the position. And I'm not sure this is just gonna be about how quick Lovicus is, because if it takes too much of a time, it's gonna be trouble for him. He has to split it to 2 1v1s. If he manages to do it, that's a whole another question. Lovicus in the window, takes the first one, of course, doesn't know where the second player is. 46 HP. And
he saw him.
Yeah. That's the HP, oh my god. That's unfortunate timing for him. He falls down, and that's another round for Nexus. But oh boy, CYBERSHOKE managed to surprise their opponents on the outside, get ahead when it came to, you know, capacity of players still alive, but again, they didn't close it out. And thanks to that, it's 3-7, and that's a huge trouble for CYBERSHOKE. On the CT side, to only have maximum of 5 rounds on Nuke, no thank you. That's what I would say.
A huge lead for Nexus right here, right now. They tried to change a pace, but Blixie is here with MP9. That could be crucial. Gun in his favor. It's only one duel though. BTN and Ruck are ready for refrags. How about glowing his surprises? At least one opponent. At the end of the day, Sound will be shocked as well by his push. And that's how at least 4th round is made for CYBERSHOKE. Still one more to go in the first half.
Gotta give hats off for the bravery. On the first hand, the 2 kills, nice precision, but then when he almost ran out of bullets, he was savvy enough to actually switch for the AK, and that managed him a 3rd kill. And of course, a round for CYBERSHOKE, so hats off to the man of the moment. Last round of the first half is closing in. But of course, we still don't know final results after the curtains close. BTN, that's a nice HG, of course. An
nice timing.
Frag for glowing. And second one to boot. Okay, Kote, this seems like a rather lovely round from CYBERSHOKE so far.
Yeah, they are definitely improving their position into start of second half. Notineki won't be caught off guard. But now Raga surprises him from singles. Nice control of the lower side of this map. And it looks like Nexus are enjoying Nuke's verticality right now at its fullest. But they need to get ready for a retake from their opponents. Longs is still remaining as the only player on the top part of Nuke. And this can cause a trouble. Okay, he's dropping down the vent. Good for him, good for Nexus as well. Raga isn't being controlled. No one is looking at observer room, and this is how Longs makes his double kill into 8th round for Nexus, and 8-4 is the result of first half in favor of Romanians.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Tiraram tudo.
Huh?
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
We are back. First with the highlights of the last round, but what needs to be said is that the spark on CYBERSHOKE is nowhere to be found on this map. 4 8s on CT side, that's simply not enough. They have to fix and mend all their problems in the second, starting with the first round and hoping to get the pistol, of course. Let's see how the first duel in the outside pans out. As long as on the silo, on the default with the dualies. Hello, USB, this should go in his direction if he actually goes against the Glock. Not the Neki kills Raga. Langs must just fall down. 1 kill, 2 kills. That probably will be enough.
Oh, he's tossing out a knife successfully against Phenomenon. Loic is ready for a refrag, but it's 2v2. He won't be surprised though by BTN as he opened the door a little bit too late. Now it's up to Glowing and his teammate Lovicus, and up to Nexus's captain BTN, who is alone in 1v2. USB is ready to kill, USB is ready to frag, but not his opponents who are just hiding behind the bomb site. And BTN has to go in. This gun is not good on close range, and that will play in favor of Glowing, who will end up in this round, I guess, with triple kill, if I'm not mistaken. But against USB is definitely a huge showing from this player. And look at this knife one more time. What a beauty by Alongside. Great decision making. Yeah, Nexus maybe lost this one, but Longs can use money to buy M4, and he can be a star player for his team in the second round on this half, and he can make a difference.
Oh,
what?
He does? Okay, that was unexpected, of course. I think CYBERSHOKE was expecting one primary gun thanks to the knife, but still, Langs instantly makes an impact. It's down. Okay, this doesn't really go well for CYBERSHOKE now. 3v4 situation, 25 HP on Blixie, and still not a bomb plant. BTN in the shadow position with 5-7, and this is an easy frag. This is a disaster coming for CYBERSHOKE, and this is definitely unfortunate. Just look at it. Only 2 lost lives, and that were only upgraded pistols and 1 M4. Yeah, this is how you play a CT side.
Good showing from Nexus once again. Longs with his M4 and his opener. A crucial part of this round, and yeah, that's just it. How you use your primary weapons. And of course, we need to celebrate those pistol kills as well. But still, the M4A1S was the difference maker. And we need to to mark the kill with the knife as maybe the most important thing that happened in the first round, because this will have impact on CYBERSHOKE's financial situation. And good for Nexus, definitely. They are making this match really interesting, as we are slowly, step by step closer to deciding map Anubis.
Yeah, and as we said, that would be a rather lovely deciding map for this matchup, but of course, let's not get over ourselves. Get ahead of ourselves, actually. Raga takes the kill on Lovicus, but this should be a formality. This shouldn't be any trouble for Nexus, given the buy, given the situation and their momentum, and Raga does not really prove me wrong. 5v3, nothing on side of CYBERSHOKE, apart from this kill. A nice one from Phenomenon and his scouts, aiming at the right direction, and Silo tasting pretty much his own medicine.
Well, BTN can surprise from Secret. Galil definitely a strong gun, especially against pistols and scout. Glowing must shoot a headshot, but okay. I thought he will be unsuccessful. He proves me wrong. Longs, on the other hand, are ready for Blixie. What about the scout? The only one man standing from Nexus. From CYBERSHOKE, obviously. And he's trying to surprise someone from enemy team. No, one hit will not be enough to kill Raga or anyone else. And Nexus takes their 10th point as CYBERSHOKE is still struggling at 5.
Yeah, they have to get the next one. The space for mistakes is definitely not there anymore, and they have to regroup. They have to take those kills. Of course, now there was a good amount of economy damage. Nexus is still not yet really it doesn't really have enough finances to be risk-free in their duels now. But CYBERSHOKE, again, there's just not enough money to buy. It's probably gonna be 11-5, and it's hard to come back from, especially on the T side on Nuke. So finds the first headshots. Might get a frag or two more. Remains to be seen, but this seems like a quick round. As was expected, Notineki takes the M4, takes the kill, doesn't have the bomb. So, of course, he's not gonna plan here. Take another one. Maybe another. Laux still alive in the vents. There's not enough bullets, and Laux takes the kill. 11-5, though. That's for sure. That's the fact. And only 2 more rounds to push us towards Anubis.
20th success for Laux in this map, and he's showing great numbers during today's BO3. A huge impact on almost every round of this map by Laux. Currently over 2 KD. Incredible numbers from this youngster out of Romania.
Yeah, what a showing.
And will he be able to string it in 17th round? He's pushing in. Oh, that sound will be able to find the first. Cello with an crucial hit against Blixie as well. And that's how 3v5 is made. BTN ready in garage. Won't be expected. Cello won't struggle against Glowing as well, and Phenomenon left in 1v5 situation. Minute and 10 seconds on a clock, and we have to say that almost no chance for younger Belarusian.
Nah, that would be a miracle. Phenomenon is left to ponder, as well as the rest of his teammates. What went so wrong on this map? Because they definitely played a lot, they have a good win rate, but they actually really do fall short of their opponents. 12-5, and the sound you just heard means quite a lot of map points. And of course, you might just as well buy a ticket for Anubis, because let's be honest here, we didn't see pretty much anything from CYBERSHOKE to tell us that the comeback might be a possibility, Kote. I think we can agree on that. And it's 7 rounds in a row on C side of Nuke to even get to the timeout itself. Not in my book, but let's see.
As you've mentioned, 7 opportunities to close this one out. Raga ready with his M4. Here comes total destruction. First match point is successfully brought home, and that's it. Nexus lock down Nuke and force a 3rd map from this BO3. Incredible play by Longs, incredible plays by rest of the team, and that's how we get Anubis on our screen.
Yeah, 20 kills from Longs in what was it, like 19 rounds? That's insane. Well played by this guy, and obviously Nexus knew what they were in store for when he came back to the team, as was expected. He really saw his experience, he really saw his quality. And yeah, this is a match a lot about individualities on both sides. It's either Longs or Glowing on the other side most of the time, and that pays off in both the the maps we actually saw. It remains to be seen if the same thing is going to happen on Anubis. That's going to open the gates for us. And honestly, as we have said, that's going to be probably a really good deciding match for this matchup, Kote.
Exactly, Storm. As you say, interesting story is definitely in front of us, just ready to be unfold. And I hope that these two maps were a decent invitation card for the Anubis, which will be on our screens in about 12 minutes. So we'll take maybe a short break just after looking at BTN and one of his opponents, and we will enjoy a short break.
Yeah, Mirage 13-8, Nuke 13-5. Let's hope that the other map, the deciding one, maybe even goes to OT, but that's enough from us. You're gonna hear us yapping in about next 6 to 7 minutes.
Oi, me ajuda com essa receita?
Claro. Alguma marca de preferência?
Aham.
Já sei.
Existe uma marca de medicamentos que põe tecnologia em tudo o que faz, mas que, assim como você, também põe o coração em tudo que faz.
Prontinho. Vitamedic.
Isso.
Na hora de escolher o medicamento da sua família, escolha com o coração. Escolha Vitamedic. Vitamedic. Amor pela vida.
Talking away. I don't know what to say it anyway. Take on me. Take on me.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
After a long period of time, we are heading right into the decider. Anubis is up next, and the series is all tied up 1-1. While CYBERSHOKE took their map pick Mirage 13-8, Nexus answered right back on a nuke with a strong showing and a result 13-5. Well, how will it all end, Storm? This is a question that will be answered right on the Egyptian decider.
Yeah, hopefully not by me, because my predictions usually are not as good as I would hope so. But still, we have already said that this is one of the best deciders for this specific matchup. Both of those teams actually play this map, even though I think the tipping point should be towards CYBERSHOKE, 68% win rate, 22 maps, I think speaks for itself. Hopefully we will get a much closer result than the both previous maps that we have seen in this matchup. But let me remind you, if you just came here, if you don't really know anything about this tournament, this is a 0-2 bracket. If any of these teams, actually if one of those teams falls down, doesn't win this round, they basically quote unquote go home.
Exactly, they will be eliminated. But in comparison with today's first match, we can say that this banger was well seeded by the head admin Dargan in the Prague studio, and thanks to him we can enjoy a really entertaining CS. And I hope it will continue on Anubis, because we are tied 1-1. The matches or the maps by themselves weren't really close, but they weren't, I think, as huge smashes as we saw here earlier.
Definitely, they weren't stomps. At least something, I would say. But of course, these 0-2 matches are always kind of... you don't really know what to expect, because both of those teams usually don't really have their head in the game so much because of those losses before. Anyways, that's not this specific case. And we can maybe even speak about players as we watch them on the webcams, and specifically Loungs. You actually watch, but probably don't see because it's so dark in his room. Plus 19 in the KD department, 103 ADR, 159 rating across 2 maps. Definitely a notable person in this matchup. On the other hand, well, I thought it was a bit better for Glowing, still leading the back, as to say, for CYBERSHOKE, but it's only plus 3 and 87 ADR.
Yeah, well, while I'm looking at the stats of each broadcast, I can see that Romanian side has a really strong community behind them. So the fan base is really expecting this map. Hopefully their team will land on point, but but they start successfully in ninth round. Longs who secured the side decision for Nexus. And this is, of course, a possibility to affect how all the next rounds will look. Because, as we all know, Anubis is a strongly T-sided map, and the start on T-side can really help you.
I didn't catch whose name that was at the webcam, but I strongly agree with buying a Rock Lee pop-up figure. Kudos to the player. Maybe we will get a chance to see it sometime in the near future. Anyways, Anubis opens its gates for us. Of course, this historic monument in the Egypt is waiting. Hopefully, a good last map in this matchup. And Nexus, of course, are going for the stronger side here. It's a D-sided map, so they picked D-side. Olvikus and double stack of the con. Blixie with the duel.
What a surprise!
What the hell is happening there? That was phenomenal from CYBERSHOKE. I gotta hand it to them. This was absurd.
No chance for Raga as he was alone in 1v4. And CYBERSHOKE take much important round. First pistols goes into their favor, and that's something you want to start Anubis with. because CT side, as already a few times mentioned, is the weaker side here, and the pistols are a huge help for you. And even without opponent planting bomb, that's a great start for CYBERSHOKE. That's great start for CIS team right here. Now, not the best buy I have dreamed of. 3 FAMASs, 2 MP9s, but against the Glocks, I think still a really good and really favored.
I would say a reckoning force in the hands of CYBERSHOKE, given the state of finances on Nexus. I think actually it might even be better than to go for some M4s, given the capacity of the M4A1S at least. Glowing takes the first kill, takes the first blood of the second round, and he continues to do so. And he doesn't really end this kill streak. That was at least 3 kills on the SMG, and well played, because they left him the first one. And that's a lot of money for Glowing now. 600 per kill. A lot of money in the bank, Gotti.
A lot of money indeed. Now a possibility to take AVP or something in the next round. Good showing from Glowing and important frags with his MP9. A huge advantage for this gun, of course. Close-up duels like this last one against Xelo. But now only a bonus round for CYBERSHOKE. We would be, well, surprised if they win this one. But they can definitely use some damage on opponents, and especially economical, because if Nexus will lose this one or get hurt badly, this can have a negative impact on another rounds as well. Here we can see Notineki, but Longs is already inside A main. Notineki doesn't know that, but he will still take at least the 86 HP away. Although Raga is there to help his teammates, so Longs will not die. And here is the first chance for Nexus to take first point home, to take first points in their pockets and secure us a tighter beginning of this match, as Lovicus, Blixie and Phenomen are wearing their FAMASs and slowly pushing towards mid.
Yeah,
little incident can happen against BTN, definitely, but I don't think anyone more will show up.
This is an accident laying in wait. Let's hope for the remaining players of CYBERSHOKE that they are not meant to be found, because of all of those FAMASs, all of those equipments on the backs and the belts of the defending players. But sound is here, of course. There's gonna be a sound cue. No pun intended from that one. He continues to do so. Phenomen is expecting it, maybe an AK. If he is brave enough to actually go there, of course, he expects another player, so maybe that AK is not going to be saved. And I don't think that kill has a lot of impact there. For CYBERSHOKE, it went well, because they actually saved those 3 guns. But still, this round was a bonus one.
Exactly, and now Glowing can use his bonus money to buy up for his teammate. As mentioned, Phenomen on big green ready to open some frags better in favor of CYBERSHOKE. Well, we will see if this AWP will fulfill its impact. Blixie here in troubles. Here comes the push from Nexus. Freeman out of B main. Blixie is able to molly one down, but Longs, Xelo and Sound are ready with the kills. And Notineki Phenomen suddenly left in unplayable 2v4 situation. Bomb is ticking on B bomb side. No one is close there to witness how bad that was for CYBERSHOKE, and Notineki will be caught off guard by BTN. The head, the brain from Nexus is on as well. First kill on this map for a veteran of Romanian CS, and Phenomen, just like on Nuke, first rounds, and he's saving up.
Yeah, and again, not dying for quite a lot of time, even though you're losing rounds. I think that was him as well on Nuke.
Yes.
Of course, he's an AVP player, so that makes sense, but still, having 0 is actually insane for a prolonged time. Anyways, it's 2-2. With the bomb going off, it's official. And yeah, again, nice pickings from multitude of players on the Nexus side, and these can be happy. As we can see, good economy. There's even an AVP, a lot of nades. On the other side, okay, that's definitely playable. That's definitely a competitive nature buy. Venoman still not finding anyone, because there's simply not anyone to be found there. I gotta say, if Nexus win this one, they definitely hold most of the cards for quite a few next rounds in the first half. But Notineki is against my statement. And what a kill for him.
Ready with MP9, suddenly switches to AK-47. Way powerful gun that he can use. But only a nade on him. He won't be able to choke the A-side presence for him. And no one is close, only Phenomenon on mid. He can't rotate that fast. Look at that. All four players from Nexus are already inside A, and Notineki has to cope with only a nade. One kill successful. Will he add more though? Xelo is on the other hand doing double. Triple is denied. BTN from smoke is not a problem for a long time. Glowing ready for that possibility. And CYBERSHOKE will take this one into their pockets gladly. And troubles may be starting for Nexus on T side. This was a crucial round that could eliminate, again, CT's economy. But nothing much happened in their favor. Nice try to pop that A side out, but only 2 frags. That's just too low to be the successful team in this scenario. And not only CYBERSHOKE will have enough money to full buy into this round, the problems will be on the Romanian side.
Yeah, I was wondering why BTN was so passive and the smoke still hidden there. I think if he went a bit more active, they may actually scramble the win, because there were 2 players on the heaven position from the CT side. But of course, this is our only point of view. There was not enough information for him, probably. And so gets the kill on Lodicus before the smoke actually materializes near the connector. 3 players, that's a nice HG. Wow, what an ace. Just as you said. Venoman on the default with an AVP in his hands. Oh, he does not take this one.
Line up.
Quick enough. Counter strafe. And look at this go.
Sound low HP, but he's still managed somehow to outsmart Glowing with this peek. Xelo is zooming the right part of the smoke, and he won't be surprised by Notineki's push. Unlucky for Phenomenon, who killed 1 player with that op and tagged Sound, but not for many HP. And he managed to win this situation. Yeah, of course, luck was here on his side. But this is a part of CS we have to respect. And here, one more time, the last kill of 6th round. And here comes the 7th. Only 2 primary weapons on CYBERSHOKE's side right now. FAMAS and M4. Not the ideal buy. They've managed to complete in fight for 4th point. But yeah, the economy is not good on neither of both sides.
Yeah, and that's why this round is pretty crucial for the ultimate result of the first half, I would say. And of course, the cards are much better on the table for Nexus right now with this specific buy. Nexus trying out position in the main. If he finds someone with the Galil basically blind. Xelo with the scope to the Chimera, and there was a possibility for a lineup. But it goes the other way around. It's Glowing and Phenomenon, each with 1 kill. 5v3. Much playable situation than in the previous round. And much better now with another kill from Glowing.
Yeah, bomb is drop on top mid. Huge problem with this as well. CYBERSHOKE don't know about the position of C4, but it doesn't matter. That won't be a huge problem for them. They just need to play together. They just need to create
A EasyTech, a incorporadora mais sólida do mercado, apresenta rentabilidade junto ao eixo Berrini-Shukri-Zaidan. O acesso ao mundo dos negócios e a toda a cidade no endereço que está em alta. O design inteligente e funcional com decoração triptych que maximiza cada metro quadrado, o dia a dia e o seu investimento. Out by EasyTech, a alternativa certa para morar ou rentabilizar.
That was great.
With over 1,000 payment methods, multi-currency business accounts, and payment cards for your customers, Unlimit's got you covered. Unlimit. Borderless payments for borderless opportunities.
And Longs will still get his money, even in that scenario. But 4 points for CT, that could be already enough.
Yeah.
And now we are playing around where Nexus have only 3 primary weapons. Of course, they would like to do something similar as the opponent did a few seconds ago. But 4 rounds on CT, that could be enough for CYBERSHOKE.
Especially if they manage to get this one in, because Nexus, of course, doesn't have enough to call it a competitive buy, that's for sure. But still, 2 AKs, actually 3 AKs. My eyes deceive me. Maybe that's why I'm wearing glasses. Anyways, that was a good flash, but still not in AK lives. And that's enough because there's Phenomen with 3k from his side. 4v1, and yeah, this seems like a done deal, Kote. This might be a 5th round for the CTs. And that's definitely going to be enough. This is a T-sided map.
The only pros in this position for captain of BTN is the bomb on his back, but not his aim. AK won't help him in this fight against Lovikis, as he falls down and CYBERSHOKE take a 2-round lead. A very crucial lead, as already mentioned, on CD side. If 4 were not enough, 5 rounds has to be. This is simply more than great performance by CYBERSHOKE on CT side. And suddenly, round 9 is in the rhythm of Eco on Nexus side. They are trying maybe to use or to force their enemies to use as much their utils as possible. But now, thanks to these shots by Rega, CYBERSHOKE should just calm down and they should leave their utilities on their belts, just not to lose money.
Yeah, nice assessment. Glowing closing in on quite a few kills, maybe, if he's lucky.
No flash for
If he's unlucky, he might fall down, but there's not a flash there. And of course, that's a much harder situation, even though Sound eventually gets the kill. That's not a good enough of a trade for Nexus for the next rounds, actually for the next few seconds in this round. Bump is going down, so is Sound, and so is Nexus. 6-3, even more so of a lead for them on the CT side, and they're probably very happy with how the Anubis so far pans out.
Definitely, I have to agree. First tactical pulse by Nexus, and it was imminent. Much needed break now to talk about rounds they've lost in the last few minutes. Look at the situation. Only investment of $20, not 20, but $200 could be enough for a refrag, for flashing up enemy, and for taking this position and maybe to create something on mid. But this refrag didn't went as planned, and that's why Nexus lost this round only with 1 kill given. In their favor, 6-3 for CYBERSHOKE. They are already sure they will not lose this half. And on Anubis for CT, this is a position where only a few teams lose.
Gotta agree on that. Anyways, Nexus simply has to win this one. Given the buy, given the situation, given the context, there's simply not any other option for them. Lavicus in the connector. Oh, he's switching at the wrong time, even turns around. Monks finds the timing.
Oh, the transfer.
Finds the kills.
Finds the kills, and now Blixie. First kill taken, second one is on Phenomen, who caught off guard sound from Temple. Xelo remains in 1v3 situation. He clears good spot. He knows about Notineki in water, and suddenly 1v1 situation. First kill is already successfully in Xelo's pocket. Now Phenomen, who can be anywhere, but he's still passively waiting in Temple to maybe hear his opponent, to know some information. Xelo is getting closer. He saw his gun, and he will surprise Phenomen up close. Only leg shot will not be enough for this Romanian player, and he is able to clutch this one for his team.
That's extremely unlucky. Maybe unfortunate for Phenomen to not get this kill. Even though the cards played right to his enemy, he still managed to get the leg shot. Yeah, Xelo was lucky.
Maybe it was
lucky.
Even through the wall.
Yeah.
Judging by the amount of blood and the type of shot that Phenomen was trying. And another tactical pulse by Nexus. Well, hopefully they will manage to come up with something interesting. And here is the pop-up figure you were talking about. Phenomen, your favorite player.
Yeah. Love that. I honestly love all those talismans you can see from players. It makes them stand out, you know. Gives them personality, I would say, in all of those online matches. Anyways, 6-4, still CYBERSHOKE on the happy side. There's nothing changing after the last round, even though it was a bit scared by losing that 2v1. Still a wonderful play by Xelo. Hats off to the player. Still a lot more prominent that most of his teammates in all of those games played out for the Nexus side in Conquest of Prague. Phenomen still on AVP, still on the full buy for CYBERSHOKE for the last time. Okay, that's a
Not a good smoke. It can cause a trouble in theory when someone overpeaks from Nexus, but I guess Longs will see that. Oh, he's trying to take advantage of that gap. He doesn't know Phenomen is watching that. And maybe he's lucky for that decision that he didn't go through. Lovicus got hit by the flash. I don't think this will be hurt, but Lovicus is still ready for Raga, who was already in a smoke and in the connector. BTN, nade for 50 HP. Brutal damage on him, and Blixie is able to do that against Xelo. Refrags though in connector, and Blixie is still known on this position. Meanwhile, Longs took Notinen's life, and Blixie dies as well. Phenomen once again 1v3 situation, and once again he's not on the right side of the map.
Yeah, Xelo on 5 HP. It seems like he really took the long straw, actually. When it comes to surviving those rounds. But Phenomen is on a whole another level. 13-2, and even though he's not probably gonna clutch this one out, not with an AVP, that's for sure, he's still a standout player for me here. Anyways, 5-6, I think that's gonna be a reality in the next few seconds after the bomb blows out. I'm not really sure if Phenomen is gonna be able to save this if Nexus actually exits towards the beach. Doesn't seem to be the case, though. Maybe one kill? Oh, that timing for Phenomen, yeah. It seems like CYBERSHOKE are quite unlucky in the previous few rounds. Not sure if we agree on that, but it sure does seem that way.
Well, I'm not sure. Nexus are showing a great team-based Counter-Strike. Right hand knows what the left one is doing. And they are playing like nothing surprising. One defaulting in front of B, one defaulting in front of A, and the rest of the team is just running around, and it's working, or at least in the last few rounds. Now Xello wanted to take an early fight, but Phenomenon was ready on B. CYBERSHOKE tried the freebie setup. It worked out perfectly. Now surprise, surprise for PTN. On mid, glowing ready with his FAMAS. How about Lovicus? He will be exposed by that smoke. And Blixie, lucky enough to be that close to his teammate that he was able to find an instant refrag. Sound Raga currently in 2v4 situation. 2 times more people alive on the side of CYBERSHOKE. Who can end this half winning 7-5? But on mid only Notineki with 5-7.
This might work out actually. The first kill goes this way. Sound's still alive. But what does he gonna do with the 3v1 situation? Going for the Chimera, no going, is that ready? And it's 7-5 as the ultimate result of the first half. And we're gonna be back shortly with the second one.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
CYBERSHOKE edge out the first half 7-5, a narrow lead going into the switch. And successful halftime for them as well, where they had enough time to maybe think about pistols. Because if they start good on the T-half as well, we could be really close to ending of this map.
It was a strange, I would say, jump peak there on the long. Almost costed the life of Xello. Still survived though, and Loungs with the dualies. Near the main entrance. Hope to see someone, hope to take the kill. Still Notineki patient enough not to peek. But with the Glock on this range, I'm not sure if he's gonna be the favorite in this duel. We're gonna see. Okay, that was a good damage. Oh, well, I wouldn't say good damage, but at least he has the information. But this is definitely a round that Nexus wants to win, as this is really a T-sided map. A map that CYBERSHOKE really excels in mostly. Even though in the first round they actually were beaten by Fnatic on this ground, on this soil. Xello and a double stack off the connector. So far successful, only Blixie and Phenomenon is remaining. Only one answer. That's not enough. And this is a round for Nexus. Not clean and definitely wouldn't say easy, but still they managed to do it. And they put their mark on the scoreboard in the second half as the first team.
Yeah, all CYBERSHOKE's eyes were on the B-bomb side, but great defense work from Raga and his teammates. This B2000 worked very well during denying this push, as Nexus are getting closer. 6 rounds on their belt. And currently CYBERSHOKE only with 1 deagle. That's almost their only hope for this round. Rest of the players are only on Glocks. And of course, C4 on the back of Lavicus. Here comes the open by Glowing. Raga here, up close, 3 kills. Sound is able to finish it off with double. And that's how easy you can smash the whole round, despite the opening is not going in your favor.
Yeah, what a smash. Again, on the B side, a fantastic play from Nexus. Of course, after you win the pistol, it's much easier, but still, the quantity of the players, cavalry that actually arrived at the B side without horses, I would say, could be enough to actually make yourself implode in the defense, but this wasn't the case. Okay, now the spotting on the B long, but 2 kills going inside for the Phenomenon and Blixie. Only 1 trade, still better position for CYBERSHOKE. But what just happened there? A classic B. Wish for information?
Yeah, typical B main take, but unsuccessful for CTs. And look at that. Suddenly 2 players remaining on B bomb side. They had to rotate so fast. But really smart showing from CYBERSHOKE, who are stacked in front of A side. And it came into Nexus's minds. Longs is rotating as well, just like BTN. But I'm not sure if MP9s will be enough to stop all of this. Bomb is being planted. BTN up close can definitely surprise Lavicus on this range. But Glowing is looking here as well. Double stack on stairs. This could be a surprising factor. Not in AK holding this one from the corner. AK is not as sharp as I've dreamed of.
And
but BTN still against 2 players.
Ah, that's so hard. That's so hard, Koti. Blixie on only 18 HP. It's all up to Notsineki, and he gets it. It's another round for CYBERSHOKE. Wasn't easy again, but still they managed to hold out in the post-plant positions. Good for them. But it seems like the second half might offer some drama, and you know what? I'm all up for it.
So that's how it goes. Nexus took first 2 rounds of this half, but CYBERSHOKE is able to answer back right away. And look at that buy. CYBERSHOKE can again take the 2 rounds lead. Only 1 M4 for Raga. Of course there is a FAMAS and MP9, but overall not a great buy. Raga is not by kills, but his equipment for this round, the only one who will be able to stand a chance against full buy with M4 and almost a full belt of utility. But maybe someone will surprise us, maybe with this mid stack. 3 players here, but Glowing comes out with 2 kills. Longs though, that's a question if he will be expected. He definitely knows about Blixie and he's able to deliver at least 1 frag. But now Sound must be alive in connector. He must take a kill and he does, as well as Longs. And Phenomenon once again in setup for a clutch.
Yeah, and he has the bomb, but he actually has the smoke. So there's a possibility this may play out well for CYBERSHOKE just yet. But he has to get those skills. Of course, there's the diffuse kit on Nexus, so enough time. And the double stack of the connector. I'm not sure if Phenomenon is going to be able to get both of them. No! Longs wins these. And he shows again. Who's the man of the match? 8-8. A very crucial round for Nexus. The Romanian side will be very happy with the outcome of this round. Yeah, and we definitely have a drama on our hands here, Kote.
That round could have broken Nexus economically, but Sniper from CYBERSHOKE Phenomenon was unsuccessful in his 1v1 situation against Longs. 40 HP for Romanian star player were enough, and that's a huge problem for a T side. Because suddenly the score is tied. And Nexus here with almost a full buy. AK4 Lang's sound on M4 and Xelo was the most important on AVP. Sniper missing on the other side. CYBERSHOKE without AWP and Blixie only with Tech 9. But this A-split can be a good choice. BTN falling down as first. Long's trying to make as much impact as possible. 2 kills are almost good enough. I'm starting to favor him in every position, but Phenomenon is against.
Oh, that's not a kill either. Sound from Chimera now gets the kill as well, and that's a 9 for Nexus. But how can Longs get 3 1v1s in that position? That shouldn't happen. And I would say that's a huge blunder on the side of CYBERSHOKE to actually enable him to do something like that without any trade whatsoever. And they fall flat thanks to this situation, I would say. 3 kills, that's a lot. Okay, this first one, why the hell not? But these two? Nah.
Definitely this round goes behind Longs. Once again, he proved himself and he proved us that the previous matches were more likely just a bad days for him rather than his usual performance. Today he's on point, and despite he is playing against player named Glowing, he is glowing by himself.
I was a bit worried that there might be some technical issue even, but truthfully, it didn't happen, so I'm glad. So 9-8, Nexus on the not easier side on this map. I'll still manage to string rounds together, and it might be even better because CYBERSHOKE only has Tech 9s, and this is definitely gonna be a Tech 9 drive-by of the B side. Raga actually falls down, but there are 3 players on B. 2 in a con, and even with the molly under the feet of Lavicus, there's just there's no way. There's just no way to get anything out of this. Not even a bomb plant. 10 secured for Nexus. Only 3 rounds remaining. And may I remind you, the team that actually loses this map is eliminated from this tournament.
Only 15 kills combined from BTN during all 3 matches right now. But CYBERSHOKE are still running out of ideas. Every single setup is holding firm for Nexus. And despite their in-game leader isn't showing heck of a performance, they are winning 10-8. And they are destroying every single idea their opponents have. Well, this can be a surprise if Blixie tries to use that lurk smoke in his favor. Yeah, he's in, but Jail is locked by sound. Rack up close. Surprise is not only 1, but 2 enemies at almost one time. Lovic is out on the side. Here is BTN. He has to kill someone. He needs to manage kill his opponent, but Phenomenon was here fast enough to help. I'm sorry, Xelo was there fast enough to help him with Phenomenon, and BTN closes this round. 11th point in pockets of Nexus as the match is slowly coming to its end.
Impressive collection of medals on BTN side, of course. Huge Romanian legend, as we said. Almost 9 years in this team, actually. Captain with the capital C. Anyways, he might just as well get another medal if they continue like this. At least they will clinch this win and stay alive in this tournament. 11-8. Oh, this miss. Might be crucial for this round. Raga still close. Inside the smoke, there's a sound. There might be some kills. It depends on the timing, but Raga was clean. His barrel was sticking out. He still gets at least 1 kill, 2v2 situation, but there are not enough quality guns on the side of CYBERSHOKE. So it's 12-8, and Nexus manages to win this one. Wow, okay. I was not expecting it like this after the first half, especially. But yeah, the Romanian side are showing promise, are showing quality. And CYBERSHOKE are without any adequate response.
What a play by Raga. I think he messed up minds of all his opponents. And it's match point for Nexus. One more round and they knock CYBERSHOKE out of the tournament. They just need to focus. 1 point is enough. CYBERSHOKE, on the other hand, they need to delete all 4 match points in a row. They can't pivot even one more time.
That's too harsh on them maybe, given the quality of the first half, but this is a CS. Is the beauty of it. And look at it, Nexus are so close to the smoke. Not sure if they're gonna be popped in on just walking on contact. Oh, that doesn't go their way. Lethicus with 2 huge kills. Still on the side with an AVP, but there's not gonna be more than 1 kill. Tries to go for the no-scope, actually is successful, but glowing with the response, 2 kills, and Raga with nothing but his M4 in his hands and a hope to save it. There's simply nothing to scrape off this round, and yeah, hats off to CYBERSHOKE for actually trying out a bit of a different approach to the round.
CYBERSHOKE successfully denied a first match point for Romanians, but still 3 to go. They still need to complete 3 more rounds as Raga is slowly creeping out through the smoke, but Phenomenon is watching that one. He won't let it slim between his fingers, and 9th point is secured for the CIS team. Nice change of a strategy. Yeah. While during almost the entire half they were focusing mainly on B and mid, now they tried A main and it was successful.
3 more rounds of a hard-fought battle for them to actually pull through and get it to the overtime. But the OT is lying in wait. If they are actually able to get those kills, get into those sides, they don't really have any room to spare when it comes to mistakes. They have to navigate it properly without losing too many of the players in their midst. Look at the position of Langs. That's very cheeky. Paxello gets the kill on Phenomenon. And Langs has to get back. Not to lose his life. BTN so close. He could almost smell his opponent very near him. He's already in the camera spot. Let's see who actually has the edge here. BTN pushes. That was not a good choice in this situation. 4v4. And CYBERSHOKE is still alive.
Exactly. Nexus had a chance to close it out with a man advantage. That's something that sounds secure despite losing of BTN's life. And 4v3 currently. On A-bomb side, it's man advantage for CYBERSHOKE, but here comes the trouble, here comes Sound. No rounds in his magazine will cost him life, but 2v2 still playable situation for Excello and Raga.
Oh yeah, given the HP of CYBERSHOKE, I think at least one of those was called in through the communication.
What a position.
Raga, he's outpeaked. That's unfortunate, and Excello, of course, closing in on the bomb, saw at least one player, but the other one takes care of him. He was not expecting 2 players on heaven. 12-10, and yeah, 2 more rounds to win, to actually get to the OT, and what a story that would be.
Well, Nexus fumbled yet another match point, and now there is a bit of pressure creeping in their heads. There's something CYBERSHOKE should know definitely about. If I'm not mistaken, Nexus have one more tactical pulse, but they won't use it. They will go rather into eco right now. Only 2 deagles set for a surprise, but one of them will fall on ground together with Zelo's body. And successful open for CYBERSHOKE, which will be supported by Lovicus, Frak on Raga. And that's how you deny 3rd map point and match point for Nexus.
Of course, this was comparatively relatively easy than the previous round for CYBERSHOKE, given the equipment of Nexus, but the next round is gonna decide pretty much everything. It's gonna be enough for Nexus to go for the full buy. I think there's enough for an AVP as well on Xello, given the lost bonus. I think it's still not topping it, but still enough of money. Yeah, 5,900 for Xello. It's definitely gonna be an up. 12-11. It was 12-8. And Nexus are close to choking this, well, yeah, I think that's appropriate word for this. Choking the lead. We're leading by 4 match points.
And CYBERSHOKE's comeback is getting real. They are not done yet. One more round and we go into overtime. Nexus's current lead is slipping away. And the pressure is definitely on. Xello needs to utilize his up. He needs to show why he's the best Romanian AVP player. And why he is #1 choice from the Nexus team. Slow showing on the other side. Terrorists aren't in a hurry. But this can definitely cost them if they will stay passive for a longer time. Bomb is still above stairs. And this looks like a split once again.
Yeah, split is always a good choice to put the defense between a pair of tweezers.
But 3 players on A.
Let's see if CYBERSHOKE is able to pull this through. If they manage to do it, I think they're gonna take the OT. Honestly, with the momentum, quality they're displaying now, Xello has to rotate back to the default, maybe to heaven. BTN throws in the molly, delays the push, still gets the kill though. Xello and Langs both won, now second. It's 3v1, glowing alone. And everything hangs in balance for CYBERSHOKE. It all rests on his hands. But no, 3 HP, and this is a done deal. This is 13-11, and CYBERSHOKE are eliminated. That's insane. The comeback was in the cards. It was so close, but yet so far. And the final step is often the hardest. We like to say that, it's true. But Scotty, what a hell of a decider that was.
What a Anubis. Well, long story short, CYBERSHOKE's fire was successfully extinguished by players from Nexus, and even though it looks scary for them in the last 4 rounds, they've managed to pull through. They are able to win this series 2-1 with a result 11-13 in their favor on the last map, and a beautiful way to close out this day.
Yeah, honestly, after the first match, this was definitely a sweet end to the whole matchups of the day. Of course, both 0-2 duels, Imperial Valkyries and CYBERSHOKE are out of the tournament, and 9 and Nexus are gonna still fight it out to, you know, don't extinguish their own hope of continuing to the playoffs. 2 more best of 3s on the table. They have to win. That's a lot of it. Of course, we don't really have the seeding ready as far as I'm aware for the next rounds, but still, when it comes to tomorrow, I think it was confirmed in the 2v1 bracket, and maybe production if we can get some graphic. Not sure if we can play it out well here, but Navy Junior against Rush B is going to be the first match of tomorrow, and it's going to be Aklot against Bashin UA as the second one. So honestly, I gotta say that's gonna be a bit of a more banger routine of matches tomorrow than today.
Well, I will agree. The first today's match was pretty one-sided, and here we have it confirmed with graphics. Today we've seen some comebacks, blowouts, and one-sided matches, tied matches, and so on. And I hope we will see that tomorrow as well. Maybe except the one-sided matches that wouldn't suit the duels that are scheduled for today's streaming day. But overall, Tipsport Conquest of Prague shows great matches all days long. And I'm happy that I am part of this, because watching Nexus and CYBERSHOKE was, well, pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it was hell of a ride. And you were sitting in the first row. Guys, I think that's a great promise for tomorrow and onwards matches for you to actually come back and watch. There's a lot to be played for, actually. The prize pool of 30,000 euros and, of course, a lot of VRS points. HLTV official tournament. And yeah, I think that's enough of us for today. Enough of yapping. And hopefully a lot of quality CS time tomorrow, Kotti.
Exactly. Well, nothing remains to be said. Good night.
Good night.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
In my trophy cabinet back home, and just have a glance every now and then and enjoy the view.
Now you guys are entering rarefied air as a team. There's a lot of eyes on history and context. For you personally, when you're looking at events, when you're looking at tournaments, when you're looking at matches, how much of an eye is there towards history versus what's in front of you?
I think you always do a bit of reflection, whether it's like individual or on a team-wise. I think as a team, you always talk like, you know, at this point we've won quite a few trophies this year, but I think we're onto something special and we want to keep going and we want to make it a really special year, even if we've already done quite a remarkable one so far. But yeah, I mean, you always look back and you always reflect, and I think if you have a lot of success, you'll be happy, and I think if you still have the hunger, then you'll keep going.
Now looking at your opponent here, opener against Wildcard. They've got a guy, JBA. Don't know how